former Director Connect did a high-level overview like this, but it didn't connect with the actual task force recommendations that were approved. The first one being the tire ordinance that was passed. I'm really wanting to hear an update on that, where we are on it, what revenue came in, were we able to actually begin those sweeps, the regulations, that we put in place, who's measuring that, how that's being measured, and where we are exactly on that. We'll start with the tire ordinance.
Okay. On page 3 of the presentation, we've included an update for the used tire ordinance. Of course, the used tire ordinance is enforced by our environmental enforcement team. We currently have 15 officers and 2 supervisors, and these initiatives are also included in our Blight Zero and Code Zero initiatives. We currently have identified 106 used tire shops throughout the city. They're broken out on this diagram by council district. The ones that we have in court, we currently have 22 that are going through the court process. We've dismissed 2 cases because they've come into compliance since we started the enforcement of the new ordinance in May of this year. 4 of them actually went out of business after we cited them to environmental court, and then 78 of the 106 are currently in compliance. We're conducting quarterly inspections for each of the tire shops, so they have to stay current on their manifest, their business license, their UNO, and UNA, and our inspectors, they're assigned to each tire shop within their assigned districts. So we have, again, 14 officers who enforce the used tire ordinance throughout their normal task each day with environmental enforcement.
Okay. What year, is this 2024?
Yes, this is current.
Great. The cases that are in court, I'm assuming this is the environmental court,
yes,
correct?
Yes,
okay.
And Judge Dandridge's court. Yes,
and thank you. If you all could forward, well, I can get with her on that, some information updates on like how long, if these are the violations or the things that we put in place, is it helping with this? Is this a reduced number that has been?
The number has gone down since May. I think we had about 120 at the time, so it is down a bit as far as the tire shops that we've identified. So again, as we come and are issuing violations, again, a lot of them are going out of business because they oftentimes are associated with other crimes that are being committed in some of the tire shops. So we are down at least roughly 10, 15 shops since May.
Okay. Thank you.
Solid Waste Division has established a strike team to assist in blight mitigation. To date, as of November 15th, we've collected 174.03 tons of garbage, municipal solid waste. We've collected another 832 tons of construction, demolition, and vegetative waste, and also 7.47 tons of tires being collected by that strike team. The strike team was not directly related to any particular solid waste item that the Blight Task Force recommended, but it was established to supplement the efforts of our friends in Public Works in mitigating blight around the city.
Okay, that's good to know that we now have a strike team that's going to be supporting the environmental enforcement, and that's helping that effort, I'm sure. Where are you all on the recommendations that were?
Item 2, the division does continue its leased cart program, where we encourage folks that generate more waste than will fit in one 96-gallon garbage cart. We encourage them to lease us an additional cart for $10 more a month to improve the efficiency of collection and keep that waste contained so it's not blowing litter around neighborhoods. The transition to an on-demand bulk waste collection system was not selected as one of the remedies when we passed our solid waste fee back in July. So that recommendation, while I still believe that there is some merit to it, I don't think we're at the present time ready to take that step. That's a big behavior change with the customers with our customers. The regional solid waste plan, there are two components to that's going on. That's a partnership among all the municipalities in Shelby County and Shelby County itself. The city and the county and the state have put in a couple $100,000 each to kick that off. The first component to that is a waste characterization study. We've completed the field work for that. And so what that is basically we have a contractor that's basically auditing the waste, the garbage trucks that are going into the landfill, and seeing what's in the waste stream, what's recyclable, what's recoverable, what could we manage better instead of just burying in the landfill. Mm-hmm. And so we're supposed to first quarter of this coming year, we're going to be getting draft data from that waste characterization study and complete that. And moving into the summer, we will start using that data. There will be a public input sessions, not just in Memphis, but in all the communities in the county, to take that data, kind of digest it, and look at recommendations to put in our regional solid waste plan, hopefully to better manage our waste streams rather than just burying them in the landfill.
So we actually formalized the development of the regional solid waste plan with Shelby County.
Yes, ma'am.
Those two tiers or two approaches you just mentioned, that's a part of the regional. Okay.
Yeah, that is the characterization study. So the county is actually taking the lead through Director Zena's office and the Division of Solid Waste, along with the Regional Solid Waste Planning Board, are acting as the technical experts for it. That MOU has been approved by this body, and we are well on our way through the gathering of the data so that we can then have the public input showing that data and developing that plan later next summer.
If you could send that, what you just shared, sure, an update on that piece.
Sure.
And the idea around create the Share the Penny style program for solid waste?
There was some difficulty, and we hit some roadblocks with that. I did reach out to MLGW and speak of that. Of course, there's already a Share the Pennies program, mm-hmm, and the idea is that bills would be rounded up, and that's already being done by folks to support winterization efforts by MLGW. There was also some discussion about there may have been some legislation going through the state to block such efforts, and so we have not made any further progress on that Share the Pennies program for those two reasons.
So are you saying that the legal team advised you not to pursue that because there is some legislation?
The legal team did not advise that. It's just that when I reached out to MLGW about implementing it, there was already a program in place that was rounding bills for sharing the pennies, and those dollars were going to other efforts, winterization, okay, and so we just kind of hit a roadblock on that effort.
All right, we'll put an asterisk by that one. We'll come back to that. All right. Thank you for that. Was there anything else that you needed to share as far as what you all have done since then?
No, ma'am. The strike team continues to make great strides in the neighborhood, and I just appreciate we got new equipment coming in. Should be have a few trucks coming in January, February, but of course all the equipment that we ordered, it was 12 to 14 months for delivery, so it may be we expect to have the last of our 23 trucks delivered by November of this coming year.
Okay, and will those trucks have the QR code on it like we discussed?
We are looking at implementing those QR codes into all of our media, our communications.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. We'll get to that in the communications part, I'm sure.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
can move to the beautification and litter mitigation. Number 6.
On page 5, we've outlined the creation of the new Neighborhood Improvement Division. As you all are aware, the strategy for that division will be a comprehensive blight remediation committed division for code enforcement, both residential and commercial, environmental enforcement, ground services, and Memphis City Beautiful. We talked about very many of the low-hanging fruit, the initiatives and plans and programs that we plan to implement. As soon as that division is established, we will deploy a comprehensive sweep strategy, as we've done with our Code Zero and Blight Zero initiatives. We'll continue that. We are way ahead of where we were last year in cutting vacant lots. We've about doubled that number and continue
Awesome.
to increase that number as we have our strategic focus on blight. And we're looking to rebrand Memphis City Beautiful, breathe life into that, more education, more engagement programs, more initiatives in the schools. And I know very many of you have ideas about how we can change behavior throughout the city so that we can address blight. I've outlined, I guess, some of the key points of the division. Of course, we will be continuing to deal with abandoned and dilapidated houses, debris, and litter. Public Services Corps will be housed under this new division, so we will deploy the teams that are currently a part of that department, and they'll work in conjunction with our mitigation teams and neighborhood improvement so that we can actually see a comprehensive from start to finish approach for the areas that we're working in. As you know, as soon as we pick it up, it's right back out there. So hopefully when we're working together to do a comprehensive remediation strategy, we'll see a difference throughout the city.
Awesome, awesome. Will the work local part be under this area? No.
No, ma'am, that'll still stay with us in Public Works.
Okay.
It's through our right-of-way department.
All right. We're excited about that. What is the timeline for this?
We're working on the personnel and the budget, and I believe per Chief Adams, we will, oh, there he is, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief.
Yeah, so as you know, the creation of any division requires an amendment to the budget, and you all have to approve it. Mayor Young, along with myself and the Public Works team and Ms. Neal, we're working to finalize what that looks like so that we can bring this back to you all for approval. So we're hoping that this will be extremely soon. What we want to make sure is that it is as budget neutral as possible in the creation of the division. Where there may be increased costs, we want to make sure that there's an opportunity for us to find other sources. And then, of course, when we finalize that process, we'll bring that back to you. But we're hoping to do that soon.
Okay, thank you for that. And,
Chairwoman Logan.
okay. All right. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Where does Mr. White's team work?
So currently,
With
the
this.
Public Service Corps is housed under the Executive Division. It was created originally by Mayor Strickland, former Mayor Strickland, and then, of course, Mayor Young reviewed and agreed that this is a successful program and it should expand, and we should continue to operate that. So what we want to do is, moving forward, is house it where it naturally fits in its services and skill set. They're congruent with the operations of the division. So that's the mayor's intent. But right now, it's in executive.
Oh, okay. But after this, will he be working with Ms. Neal's division, or is he gonna stay where?
It's our intent to propose that to you all for approval.
Okay. Cause it's working well. We don't wanna mess that team up.
That's not gonna mess it up. We don't feel like it's gonna mess it up at all. As a matter of fact, what it does is it brings all layered sources together,
Yeah.
so that they can communicate under one house. Right now, they communicate as well as to be expected because they're in different divisions. But if they're all in the same division, then they will communicate a lot better.
We should also seeing a difference.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Memphis is looking
Absolutely.
much better.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then
Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Walker, and then Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for your presentation and all the hard work you are doing, and we are seeing a huge improvement. With this new, you said something that I wanted to know, the ETA on the new programs that you are talking about developing. Do you have an ETA when this will be established? Do y'all have a date in mind?
Once the division is created, we do have plans to resume our current blight initiatives,
Okay.
as well as launch the Adopt a Street program through Memphis City Beautiful. So we'll have a go-live date on that very soon. I know we've developed a website. So those are a couple of things that will continue and then be launched very quickly after the new division is created.
Will we need extra bodies? Will you be hiring for those? Are we in-house, or how would that look?
As we look at the budget, we're looking to be as efficient as possible with our current resources, but we believe that there are opportunities to add more resources down the road, definitely. Yes,
More
ma'am.
bodies to
Yes,
make
ma'am.
sure that,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
We'll have an incremental plan over the next few years where we will propose to you all, what the division can look like. As Chief Adams mentioned, we want to be as budget neutral as possible right now, but we do have a plan to propose, just at least over the next 4 years, what the division can grow into.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say thank you, and you all, it's getting there. And I hope that the city and the constituents see the effort and the hard work and the commitment that we all are trying to move forth to get this city back to being beautiful again like it once was. So thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Next we have Councilwoman Walker, and then Dr. Warren, and then I'm going to jump to environmental court. So if you will be ready, we'd appreciate that. We were supposed to, this committee is supposed to end at 8:50. We're a little bit late starting, so let's be mindful of our time. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Good morning. Thank you all for this. This is some really good information and updates, and I am excited. We are definitely making progress, and this is some good content for my next newsletter. So my colleague Cooper Sutton said something about the hiring, and I know Memphis City Beautiful has been mentioned a few times this morning, and they're currently understaffed. Is that still true? So how will you compensate for incorporating them in this plan, and they're already currently understaffed?
You're right, they definitely are understaffed. We have 4 positions total in that service center, but we do plan to look, again, across the board in neighborhood improvement to partner internally as well as with the Office of Community Affairs, the Office of Youth Services, because there is some overlap as far as the projects and the initiatives that are going on with neighborhood improvement as well as those offices, cleanups, just opportunities for the youth. So we do plan to do that very early on once the division is created, and have actually started having those meetings. We've partnered with Community Affairs with the Own Your Block program. We have, I think, an upcoming program for the youth. They'll partner with Memphis City Beautiful to just ensure that, again, cleanups, curriculums, all of that is working in conjunction and working in tandem across those divisions. So that's our plan in short order, again, to be as budget friendly and as budget neutral as possible. But we would like to expand the current complement. We're thinking of just more program coordinators as we expand our, again, outreach and our education. So that'll be something that we hope to bring to you all very soon as well.
Okay, also, can you go back to the first slide? So is Blight Zero a subsidiary of Code Zero? Because next to Blight Zero, you have a narrative, but nothing next to Code Zero. So can you offer a clarification as to what the difference is.
Yes, ma'am. Code Zero was actually spearheaded by MPD. We actually partnered with MPD and spent a few weeks in each of the precincts listed on the on page 1. We do have metrics for those initiatives as well, and we can provide those to you. Those again took more time and were more. Again, we spent more time and more resources because of the size, the footprint that we were covering. We have specific metrics on the Blight Zero initiatives because they were more concentrated and there was a smaller footprint, but we can provide those numbers for you for the Code Zero initiatives as well.
Okay, and even void of the specific data, I just think it would be helpful to just have some type of narrative out from
Gotcha.
Code Zero.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you.
yield the floor.
Appreciate it. Speaking of this, when we discussed it in the Blight Task Force, it wasn't necessarily joined or connected with the police in any way in terms of what they're doing. And I can respect the fact that that's how we rolled it out, and you know, it was the effort to bridge the two. But moving forward, does it have to be that way? Because we talked about getting buy-in from the communities, from the churches, from everybody, making it a community-wide effort so that we get the best bang for our money. The volunteers are out there with the administration, but we couldn't necessarily do that with connecting it with Code Zero. So I really want us to revisit that, even though I understand, I guess, the rationale, but I don't know if we got the best bang for our buck. So I would, like to hear about that a little bit later, not right now.
Okay.
Just wanted to put that there. Dr. Warner, then we got to move on. I definitely got to get environmental court
for later. We're
Okay,
good.
perfect. Now, if we could have environmental court come up, and as she's coming, I did want to mention on beautification and litter mitigation. You mentioned that one of the first things you're going to do is revamp Memphis City Beautiful, and so 7, 8, 9, and 10, I'm sure are all going to be included in that. Okay, and we'll hear from you on that. But in the meantime, are we still operating these programs? Okay. I know Ms. Elder does a wonderful job, and it's so understaffed. They still manage to do it, so I appreciate that. Attorney Shaw, if you would come on down and give us your name and address and update us on environmental court's participation or area regarding the Blight Task Force. Thank you for being here.
And turn the mic on. Carlissa Shaw, 295 Washington. Just as a reminder, and thank you for bringing this back. I really enjoyed sitting on this Blight Task Force, so it's amazing to be a citizen to come back to see the City Council actually executing the things that we went through. But as a reminder, I no longer work for Shelby County Environmental Court. And I know that you wanted responsive interaction about the actual task force items. I don't have an update on those things this morning.
So who invited you?
I was invited by the administration to do a slight presentation about some of the litigation that we actually have going on in environmental court. I think we can probably save that for another time, depending on what this body.
What was it regarding this?
No, it's more general in scope.
Okay, we'll circle back. Just don't go anywhere. We'll circle back to we have.
I'll own up to the confusion. When the team was requested to update you on the Blight Task Force, what they did was they took the original presentation and just kind of updated the operational issues, absent environmental court and the litigation issues. So we didn't intend for it to be separate. And then, of course, this morning, and again, as far as addressing the specifics, we do believe that just about all of them are addressed in the presentation, with the exception of the environmental court. So again, the initial thought is with Ms. Shaw, Attorney Shaw, having been the predecessor in environmental court and now here with the city, the invitation was to make sure that she was here to speak to any questions that she could answer at this point. So we'll own up for that lapse in communication, because again, what the team originally put together was just more operational with respect to what we've done to just actually literally clean up and collaborate within the area. So the environmental court piece itself is not one that we can speak on at this particular point.
Okay, well, that is a very important part, and I want to make sure we get that information. We gave money, I mean, we approved funding for the foundation, the Environmental Court Foundation, and we definitely need to know the status of all of that. So we need to come back with that as soon as possible at the next meeting.
Just not as a representative of environmental court, but just as someone who knows, I do know that funding has been transitioned to a foundation and it is being used for the housing docket. What that means is the housing docket involves cases where people are still living in the properties. So in order to be eligible for the funding, you have to be indigent or elderly and actually living in your properties. So that money is being used, and from my understanding, has a lot of success stories.
Oh, great. So that's good to hear, and I'm going to be more excited to hear from environmental court and to see some examples and to see where they're going, if they had any more money given, like we, seeking additional dollars like we look for. So please come back at the next one with that piece right there. And finally, we're going to hear about the communications, outreach, and education. We all can read this, and go through that, but I wanted to make sure that these were addressed. We had this the last time, Chief, so that's why I wanted to use the actual task force. So communications, and then we'll wrap it up after questions.
Yes, ma'am. So I know one of the things was we allocated the $25,000 for adopt a trash can. We have the data for the dumpster days, and we've got the data for the 3 locations for the community court. For the outreach, we continue to partner up with Clean Memphis, where they have the book club for the 2nd and 3rd graders with the book series. We continue the stormwater education, and then Memphis City Beautiful, has all their facts from 2024 about all the outreach that they've done, which is on this slide, which they've done, a lot of work with, volunteers and outreach with community cleanups, and all the information is on this slide here. We also have convenience centers at Collins Yard and Ferris View. And I know administration is working to add more convenience centers.
All right, so I'm interested in specifics on the education and outreach part in terms of the, I know Mr. Tellis recommended the QR codes and the, around the city buildings as well. And then there was another type of technology that you could use that could give an update via text and email that we talked about. Technology-wise, what are we doing different than prior to the task force?
So we're working to do some QR codes. We've added a QR code to our convenience center flyer, which gives you more information on blight and, with Memphis City Beautiful and how people can partner up with Memphis City Beautiful. So we've added that QR code to these flyers, but we're working to get more QR codes to identify more things that we can put out to the public.
So the trucks, and then there was one about being able to put QR codes, vacant properties, so they can be reported quickly, or if there's dumping on a vacant property, you can just do the QR code and go straight. Do you all have any updates or information on those types of things that we talked about?
I don't know that we've
She's shaking her head, yes.
Yeah.
So if you could share.
Yes, ma'am, I do recall that conversation. It would be a matter of just altering the template that we currently have for our postings and our violation notices, which we can work with IT to make those updates. So that if you do scan it, then it would give you the history of that particular property, so that people who are driving by do understand that there has been some history, some activity at that property. Because if it sits there vacant for months and months, you don't realize that code enforcement has been working numerous years to hopefully gain compliance. So yes, that is something that we've talked about. We have not implemented that yet, but again, it's just a matter of having a conversation to change the template with our IT department.
Okay, and we also talked about engaging Memphis influencers and, different ones to launch this campaign, that it needs to be a citywide, extensive campaign that we want everybody to be a part of. Are we looking to do that still? Where are we on that, pulling that together?
With Memphis City Beautiful, again, we're looking to breathe life into that agency. They do great work, as you mentioned, with a very small amount of employees, but that is something that we're working on as well, as far as communications and marketing for all of the initiatives that we have going on, for just appealing to the younger crowd. Eldra always talks about the neighborhood leader being a dying breed, and appealing to the younger generation who are on TikTok, they're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, and that is something that we're definitely looking to partner with communications to implement and ensure that we're focused on.
Okay, great. And I know it takes time, but it's been quite a while. I know you were starting a new division, but we definitely want to put this on a fast track so we can, keep up with them. You all are doing a great job of making changes, and I see it coming on the horizon, but we definitely want to pull as many Memphians in. Everyone, remembers the days that we were deemed the most beautiful city, and we want people to, really draw to that again. I think, Ms. Penelope, if you would come on down and give us your name and do what you need to do, address and name.
Sure. Penelope Houston, Chief Communications Officer, 125 North Main. I will say that we've been having citywide communications meetings with all departments, and one of the things that Melanie's group and most of the groups have actually asked us for is an influencers list. So our social team has created an influencers list where they're reaching out and making those connections with the appropriate influencers to try to push this out. I did have a chance to share with Councilman Walker last week, but we have increased our reach. When I got here in January, we were getting we were getting less than 100,000 views per week. We're now up to the millions of impressions per week. And that is really in large part thanks to the consistent pressure that we're getting to do better and do more and reach out. But it also does help when all of you share our content, because it exposes it to other audiences, and that helps the algorithm think that our content is hot. So when you see something, share it. We'll share yours, tag the city of Memphis. All those reciprocal tags help to increase our ratings, and we're sort of killing it right now. But we have started that influencers list.
I like that. We're going in the right direction, especially when we get some of these connected with the schools and assemblies, and everybody saying the same thing and wearing the same thing, and yard signs like we all talked about. So we're excited about that. Thank you for the update on that. I'm going to open up. So I hear you saying give us a little time, and we'll do that. But just know that we're waiting, and we're here in support of you and want to keep the momentum going. Some of my colleagues had questions. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then Dr. Warren. You're good? Okay.
I just wanted to say for the record, I really appreciate the way your divisions work together. You respond immediately, and they just do a fantastic job. That's it.
Absolutely. Y'all are doing a great job. We appreciate you. We can just pull in TDOT. We're going to really be on target. So we'll keep pressing that relationship. But anything else you all want to say, Chief? You all good? Any colleagues, y'all have anything else?
I want to say thanks as well. When I walked in, these are a lot of faces. Thank you, Chairwoman. These are a lot of the faces with people that I communicate with a lot for constituent concerns, and I say thank you a lot via text. It's the week after Thanksgiving, but I'll say thank you again. And Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, thank you for saying that, because this is a team that's very busy, very active, and help people every single day. So thank you.
One thing that I wanted to ask, if we see a hauler that doesn't look like they're, well, I can't go by looks, but doing some things that are unsafe, who do we call? The police or 311 or who?
If you call it into 311, they'll probably send it to MPD as well as environmental enforcement, but definitely environmental enforcement if we have like a tag or a truck description description, we can do an investigative search and send a notice to that particular company, that particular hauler.
How are we doing with the register of haulers? That was a part of that as well.
I'll get you an update on where
Okay.
we are on that.
All right, I appreciate that. And any of them have been revoked due to state traffic safety laws? Because I've seen some of them being very unsafe. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the tire amnesty program is, where are we on that?
We are working on that as well. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, all right. Well, when you come back, we'll have
Yes,
all of
we'll
that
have-
for
yes.
update at the top of the year. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then
Yes,
we're going
and
to
yeah, I just have one quick question, and you struck that. I had it on my list to ask. The 311 system is, and I want to be very transparent and be very honest and open, because the constituents and myself, it is not a good communication right now, and it's not doing what we needed to do. And that's just honesty. I don't have time to be lying like we're just perfect, because we're not. Every day we're trying to do better and we're trying to get better. But I would like to know, where are we? Are we looking at a new system, and how are we going to improve it? Because it has failed me before I became a council person, calling it and dropping tickets saying that the job was complete, and it has not been. And then having to go in and repeatedly call and put tickets in, and I'm getting emails and I'm getting calls, and you know, we've been on emails plenty of times about this. And so I want to know, what status are we looking at a new system? Where are we in improving this, so we can have an easy flow in getting these tickets to the proper department, so we won't have to keep being repetitious. And it's a problem. It's just a problem. So can you tell us what our plans are?
Chief.
Yeah, so let me take that one, Councilwoman. So yes, we are looking to either replace and or upgrade 311. 311 as a call system will not go away, but the system itself will be completely upgraded. What we've started since the beginning of this fiscal year, and I got to give kudos to Ms. Karen Gauls and this particular team here to work together to, one, before you create a new system, is to create common work processes. So we get one work process that flows into an electronic system. And then, of course, our IT division has been working with us to get the best in grade electronic system that works around the country, that we can then implement, enter the work orders, the workers in the field could receive the work orders, and then we could communicate back to the central operation and the citizen, so that the citizen knows that it has been accomplished. When it has been accomplished, we know, but then most importantly, we can then attribute it to a budget expenditure, so that we understand where our tax dollars are really going and where our efforts are going. So that is something that we are working on. It does not, and I would say this much, my patience has been thin with respect to it, but when I had to dial back and understand the work that we had to do, it's gonna take us some time to get it right. Because again, we still have to continue to make sure that we get it right. We're starting with our public-facing divisions, and then we will roll out to the internal divisions as well that support those work orders that you never ever see, like general services or maybe engineering. Because a lot of people don't understand that engineering provide a lot of services externally. So with respect to that, this group has been working with IT. During the entire time, I will say this much, our IT division and the director, or the chief and deputy chief have been working to support this current system to make sure that we eliminate the problems with that system. They've identified what the issues are, and they're still trying to hold it up while rebuild the system. So that is a monumental feat if you think about it. You got to continue to operate while then redevelop and move forward, because the complaints don't stop, and the citizens have to have a way in which to file their complaint, lodge their complaint, and understand their complaint has been resolved.
Okay, and I have one more question, and I would like if Chairman Logan, if we can bring this back, maybe December the 17th. As I was in Tampa, Florida at the National League Conference, I realized that we have potholes system. And I would need a current update, and I think this body needs a current update on that system that we contract with and where we are with it and how the usage is going. Because when I went there and I saw the system, they had our name, the city of Memphis, plastered all over National League Conference as this system is being implemented and working. And so I want numbers, I want data, I want to see what this system is doing. Because if we're using it and the taxpayer dollars are being used for this system, it needs to be implemented and it needs to be up and running and working and doing what we, the taxpayers, have paid for it to do. So I would like a current update. I think, Chief, you've already talked to them. I like that documentation before that, but I would like a full report on our next council meeting. Can we make that happen?
We will report back the success stories of that system. And again, we invite you all to actually go and observe it as well in the Public Works Division.
Most definitely. Melvin will put that on my books.
You talking about the pothole, the new pothole? Oh, okay.
AI.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all so much. And we'll be reaching out to schedule the follow up with you all. Is there anything else that needs to come before any other business that needs to
Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Green. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Walker. Present. Chair Swearingen Washington. Dr.
Present.
Warren. What's his name? Smiley. Councilmember Smiley.
All right. We will have one item on our agenda today. The first item will be heard during budget. So we will move to our second item, which is an update from Solid Waste Division regarding plans and solutions moving forward into the new year. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who from the administration will be speaking on this item.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. This item, the request for an update. So I'll give you an update of where we are and what our plans are for the upcoming year. So we have 23 vehicles on order. They'll start being delivered between January and be delivered through November of 2025. Our hiring, of course, you remember there were a little over 100 employees that were going to be added into collections. That hiring is delayed to coincide with the arrival of the equipment. It doesn't really make sense for me to do a bunch of hiring of people and not have trucks to put them in. So that hiring has been delayed and will coincide as that equipment comes in. We'll ramp up the hiring. We're working with our labor partners on looking at specifically bulk waste collection and staffing out how we collect bulk waste. We're coming into leaf season. We had a late freeze. As everybody knows, it was one of the later freezes that we've had around here. It's delayed the leaves coming down. Leaf season is one of our two peak times of year, leaf season and then spring cleaning. With this late freeze and the dragging out of leaf season, I do expect that we will have very little transition time between leaf season and spring cleaning. And so it's just going to be, we always step up. Our employees are great and do a lot of heavy lifting, and we always step up. But it will be a difficult leaf season and spring cleaning as we wait for this equipment to come in. But we're working with our labor partners to establish, look at how we are staffing out that special equipment and our dump trucks to better, more efficiently collect. And that implementation we expect to take place this month. So that's pretty much my update.
Are we catching up from our holiday schedule?
Yes, ma'am. As you know, holidays do also create a strain on the collection system. These double holidays, Thanksgiving, there were 2 holidays during that week. Christmas will be the same thing. We'll have Christmas Eve and Christmas Day holidays. Hello? Oh. Makes it difficult to collect 5 days of work in a 3-day work week. We do encourage everybody to push out the information that we have on the holiday collection schedule. When you see it, if you could, retweet it or whatever. Yes. To spread that around your constituencies, that would help us out a lot because the holiday schedule can be confusing to some folks.
I did share that information, but I had gotten a clip from the news. If you will email that schedule out to us, we can make sure that we're sending it out through our email correspondence and newsletters as well for the Christmas schedule.
Certainly, we'll do that.
For the record, Councilwoman Logan has joined us. Who's in the queue? Green. Okay. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just am already looking ahead to budget, and part of what I remember last year from budget was with the tax increase, we increased your staffing complement greatly. And at the time, I think you had almost 60 vacancies, but we had increased it well over 100. How are we doing on staffing those vacancies? Where are you at right now?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I do know that we have and I can give you an update on that. But we do have a class of going through orientation in the next week, I believe, of crew chiefs. We are continuing to hire with attrition of what we do have equipment for. So it's not like we're paused on any hiring. It's just that the new employees associated with the new equipment will be delayed as that equipment comes in. We'll be ramping up those additional hires coordinated with the delivery of the equipment.
I would appreciate, you can just send it to me by email about where you're standing with staffing, because I think that's an important issue as we try to tackle this issue around trash collection and blight, but also as we think about budgeting in the future, like what's a realistic goal, which was kind of my push last year. You know, if we couldn't fill 60 vacancies, how are we going to fill 160? So I'd like to see if we are doing that. And for, you know, both people who are listening, I just want to reiterate that you do hire people with records, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if there are people out there who are looking for employment, and you're worried that your record is going to hold you back, this is a place where you are currently looking to staff up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? All right, any other discussion? Okay, if there's no further discussion, we will conclude this meeting at this time. Thank you.
Tuesday, December the 3rd. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooperson. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Walker. And Chair Spinoza.
Here, thanks, Ashley. All right, so we're a little bit behind schedule today. We're about to get back on track. There's 3 items on the agenda. Before we get started, there was a power outage last night, the winds, the cold, and I want to thank President McGowan for communicating with council members like he did, and then I want to give you just a quick opportunity to update citizens and us on last night. So please, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, President of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main. So, first of all, let me apologize for the inconvenience last night. About 8:13, we had a power outage. It peaked about 20,000 customers. And so, while we don't have any specific physical damage that we could point to as the cause, we do suspect that the wind was causal. It was very spotty last night. There were some wind gusts up to about 36 miles an hour in some parts of the city. And wind gusts can cause a number of things. As you know, we talked to trees, can hit lines, but also lines can just come together sometimes. During the wind can catch them just right. The lines could come together, or something could blow across the lines. You all have heard about Mylar balloons hitting a power line. Anything that could hit those lines could cause them to trigger. Today, we haven't yet discovered any physical damage, but our crews are going to continue to evaluate the data to determine exactly what happened. If it was just lines that were slack and came together, that's easily a fixable problem. I do want to say that as soon as we determined it was safe to restore power, our crews did that. We had most customers back on within an hour. We did take the last 8,000 customers about 2.5 hours. The reason for that was we had at one of our substations, a circuit breaker failed, and we had to work around that circuit breaker. And so it took us a while to reroute power around that failed circuit breaker. But the good news for that is that this emphasizes why we are replacing outdated infrastructure. That circuit breaker that failed was 57 years old, and it was on our list to be replaced in this next 5-year infrastructure plan. So as we predicted, it failed. And that's why it's important to do that. The second thing is, I just want to emphasize, I've talked a lot about tree trimming. While I don't know if that was causal, in 15 months, we've completed 51% of the goal that we were supposed to complete in 36 months. So we're pretty far ahead, but we're not done yet. We still have a lot more work to do. We have another 50% of the city to trim. So we don't know if those are causal, but I do want to emphasize that that's why this work is so important, to replace that outdated infrastructure, trim trees. As soon as we know what caused it, we'll get out there. If it's something that we can fix, we'll do that, but we attribute it to the gusty winds that probably brought some lines together or caused something to hit those lines, causing them to trip the substations, and we'll know a little bit more today as we evaluate the data.
All right, thanks, President McGowan. And real quick, council members, like I referenced in the first meeting when I said thank you to the people that were in here. I know all of us do this, but last night I got close to 24 texts, and you had already sent communications to council members, so I was able to reply to them personally. And I know Ashley's always in email, so I just want to thank you for that. And I know council members are always responding to constituent concerns, but last night was a good example of what I consider progress when there's a power outage. I mean, I didn't even have time to blink, and you had already sent a message to me. I got it before constituents started reaching out, so just thank you for that. All right. 3, and I think council members appreciate that too, so I'm saying that on behalf of everybody. All right, so 3 items on the agenda. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda for December the 3rd. President McGowan.
Thank you. We'll start with item number 1, which is surveying services for $172,000. This is a renewal of a contract through January of 2026. What we use is surveyors to go out there when we acquire either land for a new substation or easements for us to put utilities through. Our surveyors have to go out and do the meets and bounds so that we know exactly the dimensions and where we're putting our infrastructure. And so this is a recurring effort that we do, like we acquired the land out there for the Summer Avenue substation. If we put new easements in for any of the new infrastructure, they survey that land for us. The next is, assuming my thing will turn here. Okay, sorry. Okay, well, I'm going to move on while the slides are there. You have them. Next is water E&O generator maintenance and repair. This is a 36-month contract for $437,000. We have generators at our water pumping stations, so in the event of a power interruption, there we go, our generators can keep running and keep the water flowing. In order to maintain and make sure those generators work when we need them, we have to do periodic maintenance, and that's what this company does, is periodic maintenance on our generators. The next is water well production and drilling for $13,342,000. This was a sealed bid contract awarded to National Water Services. We did meet our supplier diversity goal of 15.19%. What we are doing here is drilling 8 water wells to increase the production. We typically in the past have been drilling 3 to 4 wells per year. We've upped that to 8 wells so that we can increase our production capacity. As you know, we've talked about this before. We can produce about 200 to 220 million gallons of water now. We'd like to get that closer to 300 million so that when we need it, we can pump it out. And so this comes with all of the appurtenances, fencing, everything around those wells. The next is professional service for IS and IT. You will recall about a month and a half ago I was here. We have 7 contracts in IT. We have a full complement of IT professionals, but then we have 7 individual contracts for specific expertise where we bring in contractors for IT to help with a specific project. This is a renewal of a contract number 1 for $2.7 million with VACO. It does have a supplier diversity goal that we have met. And again, this is just part of our specialized workforce that we bring in. These individuals typically would not be full-time employees. They come in on a project-by-project basis with a specific skill set. So the benefit here is that we can reach into that company and pull the specific skill we need for that project and send them back to the company. That's the same for the next project, which is professional services for IT for $3 million. And this is a renewal of a contract with Statistics. We have a 30% goal, but it was 100% WBE. They met that. Again, part of our IT professionals where we award these 7 contracts annually to complement the full-time professionals that we have in the MLGW IT department. The next contract is hard drives, $969,000. This is over 4 years. These are actually backup hard drive systems where we can store our information. We don't store our information typically in the cloud. We store it in a hard backup, so we always have access to our customer information, engineering designs, mapping, as well as employee information. Oops, I'm not sure why I just lost my screen. The next slide. Sticky. The next slide is Enterprise Unified Computing Systems for $392,000. This is a 5-year contract. Again, this is hardware that consolidates some of our servers upon which our software rides. This is out at the Netters Center where we have 1,200 servers serving all of the functions at MLGW. We have meter management, mobile dispatch, and our cashiering systems riding on these servers. And so this is updating those servers into a consolidated function. The next is 3/4-ton trucks with utility beds. We will be purchasing 10 utility trucks with this. We will be discarding 10 trucks that are out of service now and selling them off at auction. This will keep our teams in the field, on the street, and moving forward with infrastructure work. The next is a skid steer. These are 2 skid steers. If you don't know what skid steers are, these are the little tractors that have a bucket on the front and they move earth around. And this is part of our construction that we use. We have other skid steers that are out of service now, will be auctioned off. These are new skid steers to maintain the capability for us to do construction as necessary for electric, gas, and water. The next is a concrete cutting machine in the amount of $423,311 with Vermeer Mid-South. This concrete cutting machine, if you see us making a street cut, we try to make that cut as clean as we can. So you'll cut through the street, excavate that hole, and then you'll refill it with asphalt. This concrete machine allows us to make those cuts so that we can get through the asphalt and the concrete so we can get to the infrastructure under the ground. We'll be retiring our existing concrete cutting machine. The next is for our audit department, a 6-year software as a service contract. This is for their working papers that they have so that they can manage all of the audits that they do. They audit everything from inventory to processes to procedures to HR functions. And so our audit department's very busy. This ensures that they have a management tool that they can manage all of the elements of those audits from the initial information to tracking individual recommendations all the way through to completion. And the last two are part of our employee benefits. First is group life insurance in the amount of $17 million. This is a 3-year contract with Unum Life Insurance. This is similar to programs that the city offers for its employees. Now, half of this cost is borne by MLGW and half is borne by premiums paid by employees. This is a 3-year contract that offers life insurance to our employees. Voluntary. And the next is also short-term disability insurance in the amount of $21 million over 3 years. Again, MLGW pays approximately 51% and the employees pay 49% of the premiums for this. And so it provides short and long-term disability that allows employees to have some salary continuation, about 60% of their base pay if they take that short-term disability. And it's very similar to what the city offers its employees. Subject to your questions, that concludes the consent agenda items, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. I know we've got Councilwoman Logan in the queue, and I think that's it. So, Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Hope y'all have a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for your presentation. I had just a couple of questions. I'm going to start from the back and go forward. What part of the budget would I find, or would someone find cones, plates, barricades, and those little plastic horse things?
That is typically in our water and our gas. It's part of the materials and equipment that they buy. I will tell you that forecasting a little bit, probably what you're thinking, we have a lot of those out there that we need to collect and replace.
Or collect.
So they get collect and replace. And we, as you know, I just talked about street cutting. We have some catching up to do. We just finally got our asphalt contractors underway doing milling and repaving. So now we have a workforce to do that, and we're going to catch up on some of those, removing steel plates and patching those holes that we have. So. And in 2025, we have an initiative to go out there and collect as many of those cones, barrels, crossbucks.
In 2025?
Well, I mean, I'm saying it will take us a while to get all of that done.
Okay, what would be the best way for constituents to notify you of where some are?
That's a good question. I will get back to you and let you know where they should email us and who they should let us know if they see one out there.
I know are you familiar with the literati?
Yes.
Okay, I know we used to take pictures of litter.
I remember that as well.
So I don't know, maybe you got some technology or something
Maybe
like
a
that.
good suggestion, yeah, because we need people to know where to tell us if there is one.
Because I saw some, I said, this might be good for me to collect for my neighborhood.
Everybody uses our cones and crossbucks.
Do they have MLGW on it?
Oh, sure, lots of people use them.
All right, so that's just a side note, but I'm a person of integrity. I wouldn't go and get it, put it in my neighborhood. The next one is the replacement plan long-term for the trucks. And I know we're just getting 10, but how do you forecast for that? Or
yeah, our fleet manager, I can get you a specific run rate of those, but our fleet manager has criteria under which the mean time between failure on those trucks and how often they're breaking down, matrix with the number of miles that they have on them and the useful life. We get every bit of life out of our vehicles that we use.
And that's already on a cycle.
It's already on a cycle, so this is a routine replacement of those trucks that we have.
We need that on this side. So.
Okay. Well, we can get together, and we'll get together with the fleet folks here to talk about how we do that.
All right, because we've been talking about that for a while, but if you all are already doing it, that would be very
I'm sure we can learn from each other, yeah.
Absolutely. Last question is, last time you were here, when you did your budget, we talked about possibly looking at not doing all 8 wells at one time, but today I see we're moving forward with digging all 8 wells. What?
Sure, we talked about that for this. We had talked about that as, I think, under the context of there was a forecast rate increase in 2026 and beyond. In 2025, this is contemplated in the existing budget with no changes in rates. And so this is the starting point there. If we want to have the conversation for the subsequent years, I think that was the context under which we had it. So.
I mean, it's moving very fast, and I know we all, and I'm not I'm not complaining because I know it's the need, and we see that we're moving positively and getting where we want to be in terms of reliability, and so we don't want to slow that momentum down, but definitely looking at the rate increases for 26, 27, 28, and forever and beyond. We really need to look at that. What is that going to look like? So I know y'all are like, okay, I done told you, but I'm keeping on going with my plan. However, we need to put a pin and talk about what that looks like and what the options are right now. So if you dig those 8 wells, what is the maintenance? What is the labor? What is that in the subsequent years that is going to require us to have those increases?
But we have this programmed in 2025 with no rate increases. The all-in cost in 2025 for these 8 wells for now and for moving forward. Again, we passed the budget 1 week ago, and so I have not forgotten that we're going to talk about water going forward because there's two main things that are going on. Number one, the need to drill increased number of wells to increase production and the rate at which we do that. Number two, actually 3 things. Number 2 is the provision for potentially another pumping station in addition to Allen. That's a $100 million project. That's a huge project. So when we start that. And then third is just looking at the debt service coverage that we have in the water budget. We're going to have to take a look at that and see what that does. So I haven't forgotten. That is my commitment, and we will talk about that moving into and as I committed to you, what we presented to you as the forecast will not be actually what occurs, because we're going to have to evaluate as things as they go through the year. And I expect a conversation with you all about what we all want to support for that in our water budget. So I haven't forgotten, and we will continue to have that conversation, but this doesn't have any impact on the particular rates in water, these 8 wells.
Well, I know we can't have that conversation during this time. So we need to have another time where we can have that conversation at length and look at it, put a big graph or something, a piece of paper, and show us 26, 27, 28. This is what we're proposing. This is how much is it going to cost. This is how much it's going to increase. We need to do that very quickly because like you said, we passed the budget, you're moving on, and I get it. Time doesn't stop. So, Chair, if we could go ahead and start that conversation, because we're getting ready to dig these 8 wells, and I know we said we was going to hold up and maybe look at not dig all 8 as a possibility. But if we're here, Chair.
Yep. Thank you, Councilwoman. And are you good with your comments?
I'm good with putting it out there, but I want to know, because we're getting ready to approve these 8 wells, and we did say at the last meeting,
and I'm sorry,
President McGowan, he did give that as an option. Well, we maybe, we could look at, because I asked, is it something else we can do? And you said, well, maybe we don't have to do them all at one time. We could phase them in. But so I guess because we didn't reach out to you and start that discussion, we're just going on and approving this today.
No, ma'am, that's not the case. I committed I committed that we would do that that was specifically to 2026 and beyond. There was never a discussion for 2025. We talked about under the context of potential increases 26, 27, 28. So we would look at alternatives there about how many wells we need to do each year, whether we're doing another pumping station, and how much debt service coverage we have to have. So that's the commitment. We passed the 2025 budget and these 8 wells were in there with no increase to water rates with these 8 wells in that 2025 budget.
Okay.
So in the context of 26 and beyond is what we're talking about.
So the 26 and beyond budget has water well digging in it.
It has 8. It is forecast to have 8 water wells in, as we talked about, for each year beyond that.
Okay.
It has another $100 million water pumping station in there. The timing of bringing that online, we're still working on, and it has some allocation for increased debt service coverage. we can easily bring all of that back to you. And we have, what I'm telling you is there's no trickeration here, to use that term of art. Coming back before 2026, we will have that discussion this year in 2025 about what it is we all agree that we can support.
Okay, I
going
see
into
what you're saying.
2026.
I'm good on that.
Yeah.
In terms of, we approved this one with no rate increase with these 8
Correct,
wells. But it was 8 additional wells.
Each
That
year,
wasn't
every
clear.
year
Okay,
after
that's the part
that,
I didn't
until we
understand.
get to 300
we definitely
million
gonna have some
gallons.
conversations and draw
That's right.
some figures and
Yeah.
pictures and numbers
You betcha.
for 26 and on 8. Okay.
And that's where, and I'm smiling because I need to be better. I said, "Are you good?" And I meant to say, like, "Are you done with your comments?" Because I'm tracking with everything that you're saying.
Sure.
For
Okay,
sure.
cool
And,
beans.
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you. I appreciate it. I love this format. It's so simple to understand, and we can really dive deep and dig deep and make sure we're all on one page. And that makes it great for the customers because we can communicate to them exactly what we're doing because we know. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And just to pile on a little bit on top of that, I'm excited about everything you committed to. And so, you know, we were just here last week, but let's get together and maybe plot out, you know, just future meetings and things that we can address. Because, you know, we approved the budget and in there was the rate increases and we all got questions about it. And that's fine. We've got a forecast and we've got to address that. And so we're going to have, it's a forecast. So we're going to talk through all those things. So I appreciate her comments and that's it for me on that one. We've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Dr. Easter Thomas. But Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't here last week, and so the timeliness on approving a budget that I did not get answers on, and you all promised me that you would send me the answers to the $50 million that I asked for, a line item on your miscellaneous, and I have not yet received that. And so, and then I asked as well, the rate increase, I wanted to know the total amount of money that has been since the rate increase and where the usage and where it's been used, and I have not received that yet. I think, no, let me pull back. Historically, this body and the previous body have allowed everyone to sit in these seats and approve these budgets without doing deep dives and really looking into it because this becomes a burden to the citizens and the constituents. We just nod and go, yeah, okay. And I know that there are, and I'm trying to be very tactful and I'm trying to listen to the spirit because what I'm discerning, there's a buddy system going on here. And Councilman Ford Senior always talks about, you know, we're doing things differently and attacking things differently. And what I see is this body is trying to go the same way the previous body has gone. We must think about the burden and the energy burden that MLGW, TVA, and all this stuff, your projections and your forecasting has done to the people in this city and the backs of the poor people in this city. You come in here, we have all these boards, non-functional boards, and the only thing you do is this is all you see. Yeah. And that's why we are where we are with MATA to this day, of a non-functioning board and no one really doing the deep dive and accountability and insight. I would have said no on the budget because it needed to be looked at a little bit more. The $50 million, I need those line items. I need to see miscellaneous. Miscellaneous to me, in the definition in the Webster Dictionary for miscellaneous, means it could go anywhere and can be done for anything. Accountability. I need to know where it is, what it was used for, and how it was used. These are the taxpayers' dollars. This is their money. They need to know. And when I get emails, flooding emails, not only from the advocates that sit there, but we're dealing with low-hanging fruits. We can't even deal with policy and legislation on this body because we're always dealing with low-hanging fruits because of the cliques and the buddy systems. And you scratch my back and I scratch yours. Well, my shit don't itch like that. It itches for the people. And yes, I said it, I put a quarter in there, still saved, sanctified, and still love Jesus. But what I see, I had a reset over the holidays. I had a reset. And I look at this body, and I look out here in this audience, and historically, you're the same people that go from one position to the next position, and you know where the money is and how it's being used and how we are misusing the funds of the people. You bring these fluffy presentations, good job, oh, I love this, and I love that, and I love this, and the city is still burdened. So we need to, and I say we because I'm part of this body, but I will not go down with my reputation and my integrity. I love this body, and I know it takes 7 votes to do anything, but I'd rather go to heaven than go to hell knowing that I'm not right. So I asked for the $50 million. I want that. I want line by line. I want to know what it was used for, how it was used, and the usage of it. And then it's just too much. Councilwoman Logan, you took my question. Thank you for asking that question about the wells, because that's not what you had previously said at first. And now we're back here. We don't need that to be on the backs of the people. This is a poverty city, poverty. Wages are below. So we really need to look at this really, really hard, because we are historically putting people in these same positions that know where the dead bodies are, know how to use the money, know how to manipulate the money. Yeah, I said it. And all eyes. He see you. That's why I'm sitting in this seat. I'm on an assignment. You may not like me, and that's okay. But we got to do better. And the burden, the energy burden that's on the constituents and the people is out of control. I yield the floor.
Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So starting next month, we're going to have a 4% rate hike on our bills, correct?
In January, yes, ma'am.
In January. What date does that go into effect?
The first billing cycle, which is January 3rd.
Okay, has there been or will there be a communication letting the ratepayers know, reminding them that this is about to take place?
We could certainly do that. We'll send a reminder out.
Okay, thank you for that. So in the budget meeting, and it was 2 hours. We covered a lot of territory, and you explained that the residential rates are higher because it costs more to deliver the residential services.
Sure.
If you covered this, I apologize, but what determines a rate hike for commercial and industrial customers?
When we apply a rate increase, it applies to all classes. So there is not a separate increase for residential, commercial, or industrial. We apply the 4% across all classes equally. So everybody gets the same increase.
Everybody gets the same increase, but everyone's not charged the same rate. But I wish we could go up on the residential, I wish we could go up on the commercial and industrial rates to help this other side, to help the residential ratepayers. And I seem like I'm struggling here, but y'all understand what I'm saying. And then also these needs, the Allen build out and infrastructure upgrades and all of that. I think it would be most appropriate if we could assess them something where they could help with this in particular. Okay, that's all on that. Wait, I'm not done, Mr. Chair. And so finally, I got this in the mail. Who all got one of these? I did. I like this. This is great. And no one may have the answer to this, but I'm just curious as to what the cost was. Who was it printed in-house, or by a third party and what was the distribution of this piece of collateral, but I do like it. I think it's nice.
I don't have the exact numbers, but approximately 186,000 pieces of mail went out to notify customers that they had either a lead, a galvanizer, or an unknown service. We produced these in-house with our team, and I can get you the cost of what that was, but it was included in our budget for lead service line replacement. As you know, we had $8.5 million in our budget for lead service line replacement. That's included as part of that project cost. I'll come back just to one other thing you mentioned. I understand and I hear that. We owe you a discussion also on the rates and how they are divided and how they're produced, and we're happy to do that. I do want to say that, commercial and industrial customers make up less than 20% of our customer base, but they do make up more than 51% of our revenues. So by volume, they produce more revenue for MLGW than all of our residential customers combined. So they are, of the money that we pay, money that we collect, commercial and industrial customers are paying more than all of the residential combined. And so that's just one data point. It's not a.
Okay,
it's
I
just one
appreciate
data
you
point to
sharing that.
consider,
Sure.
so.
And I'm just trying to find some money wherever I can find some money.
No, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank
I
you.
yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Vice Chairman Walker. All right, so item number 1, we're done with. I'm going to read the next 2 items on the agenda back to back, and then, and Doug, thank you.
Sure.
President McGowan, thank you. Items number 2 and 3, I'm gonna go ahead and read them for the record, and Alan Wade's gonna speak to us on these. So, item number 2, a resolution authorizing, actually, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I'm gonna move both of these as one item without objection, or do I need to move them as separate? Alan, do I need to move these separately, these resolutions? All right,
Motion to
disregard.
move item number 2.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded for item number 2. A resolution authorizing final payment of FY25 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's gas system and total distribution of the FY25 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee. There's a request for same night minutes sponsored by us, the MLGW committee. Real quick, Alan, before you speak, item 2 and 3, Alan's going to speak to them. We've had brief discussions, but there's same night minutes on both, so just be sure to read the resolutions, council members. But I'm comfortable with everything based off our brief discussion. But Alan, I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. The floor is yours on item 2.
Thank you very much. This is an annual resolution. It is a revenue producer for the city. Typically, we would finalize it by the last meeting in December, but MLGW asked us to accelerate the approval to this meeting so that they could get the payments out to all the taxing jurisdictions. What this is a statutory mechanism for MLGW to pay us property taxes. They pay property taxes like everybody else. This is prescribed by statute, and it provides for a maximum amount that they can pay to all taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County. And because Shelby County is one of the recipients of this analysis, I have advised Councilwoman Green and Councilwoman White that it may be appropriate for them to recuse themselves on the vote of this. We are still in litigation with Shelby County over some prior years. That's been pending since 2015, long time. So in any event, I want to explain how this works. This is a very technical tax computation that has to be made. It is started by MLGW calculating the maximum amount that they can pay. We, in consultation with them, get that document, and then based on that, we have to go through a series of calculations the same way we calculate property taxes on your property. There are 2 divisions that are required to pay these payments in lieu of taxes, gas and electric. Water has a separate agreement. Those revenues aren't being addressed in these resolutions. The revenues from that division are pledged to the bonds for the FedEx Forum. These revenues come directly to the city. Last year, we received $35.5 million from the electric division, $14.9 million from the gas division. Due to increases in capital expenditures by MLGW, and also I don't think there's been much increase prior to the rate increase on the revenues. The amounts this year will increase in electric for the city to $41.9 million, which is a 17.9% increase, and on gas, 15.632, 4.74% increase. The aggregate amount that we will receive from this to the general fund for this year will be $57,555,952. So it is a significant revenue item for us in our budget. You know, I've passed out the resolution. It's highly technical. I don't know if I explained every aspect of it, everybody would understand it, but we do this on an annual basis, and we have consistently used the same model. Before 2016, there was, we had some litigation with Shelby County, and the Court of Appeals talked to us about some of the methods that we had used to calculate the pilot payments. In 2016, as a result of that litigation, we proposed a referendum ordinance to the citizens of Memphis that gave us the ability to increase the calculation for the city. The county opposed it. The citizens of Memphis approved it. And that change in our charter has generated approximately an increase of about 6 to 7% more than we would have ordinarily received. So based on all that history and based on the statute, that's state statute, we have calculated these payments carefully every year. And this year, it will result in a substantial increase in our general fund. I know that you've gotten this at the last minute, but ultimately we would decide it, present it to you today, and you would decide it at the next meeting. But I don't see any change in the method that we've used. I think the increase is significant, and I think it will produce significant revenue for our bottom line. And I'm willing to meet with any and all of you individually after the meeting to explain any questions that you have about the calculation. But I've given you a high-level bottom line analysis. Mr. Chairman, I'll entertain any questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Alan. There's 2 council members in the queue, and I'll just say this real quick before they're recognized. You know, I'll recommend us to go ahead and vote on these things. I know it's fresh, but based off what Alan has said, my humble opinion, I feel comfortable. Hopefully, y'all do. You know, voting, and we'll send it downstairs maybe with a positive recommendation is what I'll recommend. And then, of course, we can read and adjust or whatever, but just to get the process going, because it is the same 9-minute request and obviously pretty important. All right, sorry. I'll stop talking now. There's Councilwoman, who was first in the queue? Or excuse me, Councilman Warren, and then we've got Councilwoman, all right, that's it. So we've got Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren in the queue. Go for
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. As we're calculating the property values, is the assessor of taxes involved in that, or is this something that we're doing on our own outside that? And I'm wondering, how does that compare to what would normally be done under an assessment that would normally happen to my house?
Okay. No, the assessor is not involved in the valuation. By statute,
The state statute?
Yeah, state statute, you use the book value of of assets of MLGW to calculate the maximum amount. That comes directly from their financial statements.
So now, is that something that's depreciated? So it's a book value that's being depreciated to zero?
Yes, and also, it also captures new capital additions. So to the extent, if you recall, you approved a bond issue this year that will fund a 5-year capital plan, that increases the value of our base.
So only when they're putting more in does it go up. But in general, like my property value never goes down. It doesn't depreciate, right? So
No.
I'm just wondering
Well,
how.
that's not technically true.
Well,
There is called an equalization ratio.
Yeah.
And that equalization ratio now is about 75% of fair market value. So the state board calculates a cap on any increase in your valuation.
Okay, so I've got a cap on it then.
Yes, you do.
Okay, but that cap.
And that cap
but
is
that cap moves
low.
up. That moves up every year, though.
That
right?
cap is low. No, it's down.
It's down.
Technically, if the ratio was 100%, you'd be paying more. And we'd be receiving more, but right now it is not.
And that's due to state law, not our law.
Absolutely.
Okay, I guess that's the
Now,
hard
one
part.
other point.
Yeah.
It's not all based on capital. It's also, there's a revenue component. So when you have a rate increase, those rate increases will also generate more tax revenue for us.
Okay, as I was.
But they don't look, the assessor doesn't come and look at how many millions you make in your law practice, your medical practice, and increase your value of your home base.
Okay, I won't give that because they'd be really hard pressed to find those millions. Yeah, I'm in family medicine. You have to remember that it's different. So I guess the thing that was sort of hard for me initially to understand about this is that this is a state regulated and a state law that we're complying with to try to figure out how we get money, payment in lieu of taxes from this entity that's actually part of us.
Yes, and not to get too deep in the weeds, but in 1987, this statute was passed in collaboration with TVA, which wanted to see public utilities not be subsidized by our taxpayers. So essentially, that's why they have to pay their fair share, and that's what this is for.
Okay, and I guess my last question is, why are we still in litigation with the county from like 20 years ago or 10 years ago? And
That's a question I'd like to discuss with you and attorney-client.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, thank you
meeting.
very much. You can do that. Appreciate. I'm through, Mr. Chair.
I was excited to hear the answer to that one. All right, we've got Councilwoman White.
No,
Just left.
She's recused.
She's recused, right? So for the record, she's recused.
That's probably why she wanted to be recognized.
Yeah, right.
But I told her I would handle that.
And Councilwoman Green is here, and I'm assuming you're going to say the same thing, Councilwoman Green?
Yes, I need to be recused.
Okay, well, you want to just exit the room? I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
She doesn't.
She does not have to do that. I was kidding.
No, she doesn't need to
recused
do
herself. And then, who else? We've Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Attorney Wade, I'm going to take up your advice because there are a question on page 10 that I just scanned. I just scanned through all of this. Being a new council person and aggressively moving forward as the chairman said he wanted to move on and vote on it. But there's a few questions that I need to clearly clarify and understand. I mean, I trust, but I'm going to clarify as well.
I'll be glad to explain.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And I'm going to do the same thing. I mean, we've got time. We've got one more item to get to, but we got lunch, attorney-client, and then if we have anything else we talk about in executive, we may bring it back up.
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
so.
Or, I mean, if y'all have questions and I explain them to you individually, I will make a list of them and make sure we recap it tonight before we vote on it.
All right, thank you. Okay, so item number 2, no more comments. Motion's been made, properly seconded. All those in favor of this resolution going downstairs with a positive recommendation, please respond by saying aye. Aye. All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Item number 3, I'll read this for the record. Resolution authorizing final payment of FY25 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's electric system and total distribution of the FY25 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee. Request for same night minutes. sponsored by this committee. Motion's been made by Dr. Warren. Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Ford, Councilman Ford, sounded like. With my acute hearing abilities, that's correct, okay. Alan, the floor is yours, sir.
Same thing, I've given you both. I combined the discussion. It's the same calculation in each case.
All right, any comments or questions? Council members? All right, motion's been made, properly seconded. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor of sending this downstairs with a positive recommendation, please respond by saying aye. Aye. All right, in the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have.
The slides are not on there, so. Good morning. It's 10:23 on Tuesday, December 3rd, and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Chair Carlisle.
Chair's present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on today's agenda, although I'm going to take a moment of privilege and address a couple of things. Okay, so here's the deal, directors. You work at the pleasure of the mayor, and you know that, not for the council. We have a very good working relationship, at least I think I do with most of you. Pretty good. I leave you alone pretty much like 99.9% of the time, I think is fair. Okay. I don't know a business in this world that comes for a budget closeout and adjustment where you wouldn't represent your division or your restaurant or your shift. If you're the guy running the lunch shift and you're off budget by 8% for the week, you got to go explain that to your manager. I find it highly disrespectful that at least the deputy directors would not come represent your divisions if they were not here. If you were here, I appreciate that. This is not to drag this on. We're going to move past this, but I just want to set the tone going forward that if you have a major budget adjustment, anything outside of like 1%, 2%, 3%, and I'll get with Walter, and maybe we'll come up with a number. You must come, or your deputy must come and explain why that is, and it's for 2 reasons. One, you are the master of your division. You are the expert. So you should be the person that is able to explain that to the council, which are learning on the fly part-time what you're up to and why it's happening. 2, it demonstrates to the public, puts you in front of the camera. This is who does this work. This is their name. This is their face. These are the people that serve the community, right? So as we go forward, at least while I'm sitting in this chair, I expect you to be here for those meetings and prepared to go. Showing up and kind of messing through it like also kind of frustrates me. Other than that, I don't want to see you because you're busy doing the work of the city, right? I used to hate dragging people down here and seeing the entire command staffs in here, the entire MLGW division in here. Like, we've got $5 million worth of salaries just hanging out for a Tuesday. They've got better things to do. So is that fair? Is that fair? Perfect. All right, with that being said, we're going to move on to update. This is a general update on the ARPA funding. This is basically kind of the last big update with one more meeting to go if we need to make any adjustments before the 24 deadline. Like we have done in the past, I've asked the chief person to go over it at kind of a high level. If members have a specific question, we can get into it. I may stop that discussion short, so please don't get frustrated with me. I'm just trying to manage the clock. But you will have time to follow up in writing, and if you need to make a legislative adjustment, you can do it on the December 17th meeting with same 9 minutes. And so do not fear that you're going to run out of time, so to speak. With that being said, item number 1, an update on ARPA funds from the Finance Division, all council districts, requested by the chair. Chief Person, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Walter Person, Chief Financial Officer, 125 North Main. If you would turn to, in your packet, the document that is labeled Federal Funding Update. Hopefully you all have a copy of this document. With that, today, per the Chairman's request, we will be going through the overview. We'll be talking about the reporting framework, allocation categories and projects, the council initiatives, as well as the expenditure summary. On March 1, 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law. Section 9901 of ARPA amended Title VI of the Social Security Act to add Section 602, which gave us the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund. This is the basis for the ARPA funding. The primary elements that we focus on in ARPA, thank you, will be to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, to respond to workers performing essential work during COVID-19, for the provision of government services to the extent the reduction in revenue has been caused by COVID-19, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, to provide emergency relief for natural disasters, surface transportation improvements, and Title I projects under the Community Development Block Grants. With that, we'll kind of move forward. We talked a lot about how the city has worked through ARPA along with the timeline, which I'll move forward expeditiously through. We'll move to page 7, where we'll look at all the various areas where ARPA has been used to address needs within the city. Animal services, Boys and Girls Club. There's a big investment in city operational assets. There's a big community health investment, community service support, council initiatives, which we will talk on at some length today, GVIP, housing and community development, library services, public safety initiatives, and finally, youth services. The council initiatives are outlined on page 8. And as you can see, there are 40 items that are listed here that you all have provided support for during the process of allocating funds for ARPA. And many of these initiatives have thrived under your support. Going to page 9 is where we can really start getting into the meat of where we stand today. Currently, if we look at the very far right corner, you'll see that we have a project completion status of 97.55%, which means that out of the initial funding of $161,061,490, we have successfully expended, not including commitments, 97.55%, which means that we have a remaining balance as of today of $194,708. Now, in terms of commitments, it's very important to note with ARPA that commitments have to go beyond just council approval. For a commitment to be valid in the eyes of the federal government, it has to be accompanied by, at the very least, a contract or a firm documented commitment to spend the money by the authority that has been granted those funds. Oh, let me go back. I wanted to spend a little time discussing the money under commitments and confirmed usage, because that would be one area where you may say, what's going on there? Because the contractual commitments speak for themselves. The biggest thing I want to talk about is council initiatives. You'll see there you have $604,012 that is confirmed usage. And I'd like to really kind of fast forward and discuss that point a little bit, and then we'll come back and look at some of the other areas. As you can see also along the lines, things such as Boys and Girls Club, group violence intervention, and youth services are all 100% funded. Going forward quickly, under council initiatives, we see here the library youth program. There's a committed balance that's still outstanding of $491,945. That money was committed by this body some time ago to support youth programs under a previous council. And to that end, that money has been largely spent with the exception of that nearly $500,000 amount. But we have spoken with the library team, and they have been purchasing vehicles with that, and they are using the rest of the money to outfit those vehicles for further support of their mobile youth program. They are available here today to speak at length on what they're doing in that area. So it would be available to you if you have additional questions. Well, it is already committed, so it doesn't have to be spent until the end of 2026, once there is a firm commitment. The key is to document the commitment, which they have written either contracts or obligations which require them to spend the money. Yes, ma'am. The next issue is the 112-165 that is under feasibility study for the Memphis Crime Lab. So a little bit of good news there. This body originally allocated $300,000 for the feasibility study of the crime lab. I believe that it will become before you today, this afternoon, in fact, a detailed discussion around the results of that study. So one of the positive things I've discovered is that we really didn't require all of that money to be spent, so that $112,165 is available. So if there are some last minute initiatives that we can commit to, we have that funding. Yes, ma'am. Now, going back a little bit, I'll go back to the beginning. I just want to get that out there. As we walk through, we can see, and this is getting into the weeds a little bit, Animal Services has a little bit of funding left. Animal Services is using that money for salaries that will be fully expended in the next coming payroll cycles. None available again for the Boys and Girls Club. $192,000 for construction costs due to COVID pandemic, already spent, just hadn't been documented. Again, 100% expenditure there. We have community services, Manhood, WOWs, and other entities. That money is already in process of being spent, 18,742. We talked about council initiatives at some length. Group violence intervention program, completely expended actually years ago. Housing community development, same thing. Library services, we have commitments of $48,924 that has not been used. This will be used in concert with the funding that we talked about for the youth program. So that additional nearly $50,000 will be part of that expenditure as well. Public safety, youth services, 100% expenditure. Just as a point of reference for ARPA, there is a site available, and you can access it in real time, that tracks the actual expenditures without commitments for all of our ARPA funding through the end of this fiscal year, so you can track it in real time as well. The websites are shown in slide 25. Are there any questions?
Dr. Warren?
So the bottom line is what I heard you said. We have about $112,000 that is still $112,000 that's still available for us to think as a council or you as an administration of where we want that spent or allocated. We have to do it at our next meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct, and we need to get it preferably even at this meeting so we can get it under contract.
Does the administration have any recommendations that you want to bring to us?
Well, I did speak with the police chief this morning, and she stated clearly that there's always opportunities in public safety for those expenditures, but she wanted to be forthright about saying that particular money was not required for the feasibility study to be completed. So in the absence of a particular need by this body, we definitely have opportunities to spend it. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to wait and see what my fellow council members think and bring up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I was trying to understand, is it 112,000 that's completely unencumbered, like has not been committed, and then a separate 150,000 that has been committed and there's no contract for?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The way this document is developed, and this was actually at the request of one of your colleagues, we have contractual commitments and then we have commitments. So there is a letter of intent, there is an agreement, maybe a letter of agreement, but it does not rise to the level of a full-fledged contract, or there are ongoing expenditures such as in animal services. So the $112,000 comes after the funding for the feasibility study. We originally allocated $300,000 for the feasibility study. We spent 188, roughly 189 for that feasibility study, which left 112. There is no 150 that is available, ma'am.
Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. The council approved the council amnesty program last year, but couldn't identify funding for it, or didn't have the funding for it, or it was eliminated. It was 150, I think. And I would like to see us fund that.
What is that?
expungement, there was a fund that the council used to have, a program, I'm sorry, through the amnesty program. During the expungement clinic, there would be citizens that had small balances that kept them from being able to actualize that benefit. And the council would be able to pay those small amounts if it was a certain amount or under that could help them.
Would that
otherwise.
take up the entire amount? Do you know where we are with that?
I mean, it would be whatever it was 150 before, but you know, it's up to us. It would be up to the body. I'm just saying we did approve it, but then the money was redirected. So.
Well, I will say this, Councilwoman, I think that's a wonderful idea. I just say that in terms of ARPA money, we want to make sure it's under a firm commitment. So allocating it would not be in the eyes of the federal government considered a firm commitment. We would have to have something akin to a contract or a letter of intent that obligated that money so that we could maintain, retain that money through 2026, even if that obligation resulted in an expenditure that happened in 2025 or later.
Mr. Chair, follow up? Yeah. So it sounds like what we need to do as a council is probably make sure that we can get in touch with the expungement people and make sure that they can have a contract before we can move on this. And if they can't, we need to find another place we can get a contract. So I don't know if we're ready to move to vote, but maybe what we can do is...
Y'all, there's nothing on the floor. This is an update. So whatever you guys want to do, bring it next week with a resolution. We're not, there is no motion, there is no document, all that good stuff. Just keep that frame of mind as y'all are thinking through. This is the whole purpose of this discussion is to do exactly what you're doing over the next 2 weeks and come back. And so we can do it on the 17th. That way we're not doing it on the fly, because as we're going to find out here, we found out in the past is between now and then, I'm sure some phone calls are going to start flying about, well, hey, by the way, I heard you got an extra 20 down there. So anyway, there are so many good causes. It's always hard. But I'm going to move us on just from this. But if you've got, unless there are any other questions pertinent to the mechanics of ARPA. All right. Sorry, Councilman Warren. I know we were headed down there, and I want members to have time so we don't feel like people are going to get cramped and jammed up today. You're not going to. We'll work on it. All right. We're going to jump into 2. And I think there's a new resolution, right? We had a new one. Does everybody have the most current? All right. I'm going to read this. No. Let's make sure everybody's got the current document. All right. Everybody's got the document that has a blue P073 at the top. Yeah. Okay. This is a resolution to adjust the fiscal year 2025 capital improvement program operating budget for the development of the Downtown Command Center, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Superintendent Washington, second. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to call forward on that one. Real quick, just and we're going to get in this just for colleagues. The operating budget is remember, we've got CIP as a term. We typically talk about it in the terms of debt and bonds. So like when we issue our now roughly 98 million in bonds a year, this is cash. So that's why it's dictated out as the operating budget. So that is a significant difference as we go into that. Well, let's just get into it. Motion and second. Who from the administration is going to begin this conversation?
I'll start it, and more than likely, Chief Adams and I will end up both participating in the discussion before it's all
Regular
over.
old tag team, huh? All right.
Yes.
Let's get it on.
Yes, sir. So with that, we come before you to discuss a resolution to fund the Downtown Command Center. And this is, I think, the brainchild of this administration to further the reduction in crime that we've been seeing downtown, and by proxy, help to spread the lessening of crime throughout the city. This center will have, I believe, 63 cameras associated with it. It'll have 24-hour shifts operating. The facility is designated to be really in the heart of downtown, near, I believe, the cigar shop over at Peabody Place. And right there is part of the fabric of the community in an effort to lessen the exposure to crime, to be able to react in real time, to be able to support the efforts in that regard. To that end, we went through our financial documents, primarily in the CIP space, to look for funding. What we found was some funding that was apparently available in the Leftwich Tennis Center project. And so I think last time when we started talking about this, we didn't have the time to really do a deep dive into the Leftwich. Since that time, we've been able to have a variety of discussions, and so we can give you a little bit of background around Leftwich as a project. So I believe it was 2019 was when Leftwich was originally kind of taken and started underway. And during that time, there was an effort to take what was a fairly small local tennis facility in East Memphis and convert it. And if you go down Southern and you're on Goodlet, you'll see it now. It's probably a modern wonder, a phenomenal facility. So in the process of building out, the city actually donated $3 million in cash to that project. It also contributed $1.3 million in in-kind donations to destroy the original facility, to cart off all the materials, basically the demolition process. University of Memphis paid $5 million to the furthering of the facility, and they also had $2.5 million that they contributed in capital construction. So that was an additional 7.5. And the state of Tennessee allocated 2.5 toward the project. As we move forward, there were many changes to the design as well as the structure that was required of the facility. So we ended up moving forward to a position where the city loaned that project $10 million. That $10 million was funded by commercial paper. The commercial paper was to be funded and paid off by pledges, private donors, private payment to repay that debt. So as we move forward, the pledges were collected, the building was constructed, the building was completed. We also sold naming rights to the building. These naming rights were sold to name hallways, to name tennis courts, to name nets, to name a variety of things, which also generated revenue that helped to defray the development and construction costs of the building. So as we move forward, and that's what got us to last week, we ended up seeing about 4.5, close to $4.6 million, which was the money that was collected and generated to defray the costs of that commercial paper issuance. Well, as you all know, the commercial paper issuance can only be used for capital projects. So what we're doing now is taking that 4.5 and allocating 2.5 of it to the downtown command center. And donations are continuously collected on this process. Additional naming rights are available and are still being sold to the project. The tennis center is still operational. So, and it is performing well. So that is how we've arrived at this point with this particular project. Again, this is, it actually took a little bit to get to this point, to get all of that information, because many of these activities happened between 2019 and 2021, but yet this is where we are. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Adams.
Before we get, I guess, into the substance of the project, it is very important, as Chief Person mentioned, with regard to the loan. The $10 million loan was approved by council May 18th, 2021. with specific provisions within the resolution about the repayment back to the city. So again, the reuse, I know there's been a lot of questions with the ability to reuse the funds, but the funds were not restricted in its reuse. It is to pay the city back. And so the city has the authority or autonomy to then redirect as it so desires. This is an important project that will enhance public safety in the area, but then also help trigger economic and growth in the downtown area, which is really one of the centers of Memphis. It is not to exclude, but is a part of the total plan that Mayor Young has with respect to investment in cameras and the such. So before we get into the heart of the command center, I'll stop and see if you got any questions about the finances.
Thank you to both of you. I've got several. And I'm very supportive of the command center. Obviously, I'm incredibly biased. I've been talking about downtown crime for 2.5 years. So I'm with you. The issue I've got is for a guy that works in development, I can't follow the money. So I want to make sure that I got one thing that you said clear. Commercial paper can only be used for commercial projects, but the cash is coming back as cash, unrestricted free cash, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
sir.
I want to make sure that's clear. So the cash that went in had to go to a construction project, basically, or the design or in support of. The cash that is being paid back by pledges, naming rights, or whatever the city or whatever the use agreement, as it comes out, if the city chooses to and the council does, in the form of cash. Just want to get that on the record. I can't remember where it started. It was at like $23 million, and it rose to 30.8 for a variety of reasons, from scope creep to interest rates to construction costs, because of when they mentioned the project was starting. So what you're saying is when I asked you guys for the final project accounting and the release from the GC and the waiver, and whoever MFA managed the project on behalf of the city? No, who managed the project? All right, when BDC finishes, they can produce a document that says this is the $30.8 million it costs to build this thing all in. We call that the use. So those are the uses. Construction cost, engineering cost, design cost, landscaping cost, those are all the uses. Financing costs, those all count. A little different because the city issues bonds and that didn't show up in a project cost, but all in all, you're saying it costs 30.8. I got it. The city put in 4.3 in cash and in kind. U of M prepaid their lease at 7.5, and the state kicked in $2.5 million, I think, in the 22 or 23 legislative session. I think it was Jim's last year. Okay, I got the 14.3. Then we have the 16.5 outstanding, which is a conglomeration of, and this is what it keeps getting lumped together, of pledges and naming rights. How long is the city going to choose to utilize naming rights? Well, let me back up. What was the total amount of just pledges alone from private donors, not entities that are commercial in nature, meaning First Horizon Foundation is a 501c3. They are probably doing some term of cash in from the 501c3, and then First Horizon Marketing is actually the one that signs the lease for the naming rights, and they can be two different tranches of money. In order to understand this project sources, how much money was pledged by private donors, not including naming rights?
Not including naming rights, it'll be difficult. All together is 15.8.
It's not. There are contracts that were signed by each and every individual member in that project.
There were.
And so we can pull those. If we don't have those documents, that is not good housekeeping. Because if you had to seek recourse for someone not fulfilling their pledge, you wouldn't have a document for it. So let's pull those, because I'd like to know, because again, I don't understand the total sources and uses, and that's going to be a problem for me. On the pledges, I know that there was probably either upfront or you're taking it year over year. I don't understand in the structure, though, which ones you're going to count towards the sources of the project and which one you're going to count towards the operating expenses year in, year out to pay for things like R&M outside of the revenues. Or if that's even a plan, because I haven't read the use agreement. So if I could get a copy of the use agreement with the U of M, Tennis Memphis, and the city, I'd love to understand that. Of the $30.8 million and the closeout of the project, and I'm assuming retainage was released, what is sitting in the reserve account of the project so that the city doesn't have to come back and dip in the bucket like we have for other assets? Because one of the things that we talked about as this project was going on, and I'll say at several conversations, because I know the former chief operating officer was big on this, making sure that projects didn't have, down the road, there wasn't, we built something really nice, we didn't take care of it. So again, we're about to take $4.5 million out of this account, and I don't know what the balance of the reserve account is and how that's going to accrue in order to need to pay for ongoing maintenance and what will be large capital items like tennis courts are super expensive to take care of. And because we have all these people now looking at it around the world, that one needs to be taken care of. And, I'm sorry, and this is horrible to say, but it's the most important tennis center in the city. Now, that's because we have a significant investment and we're trying to have a bunch of economic development. So I'm trying to understand the naming rights, what is being counted towards the 30.8 in construction and what you guys are counting going forward towards operating. Of the pledges, not the naming rights. I want to see that accounting too. But of the pledges, what of the fully committed pledges has come in? What Doug has sent in that email is a blended rate. It's very hard because I know I thought more money had been raised. I know some significant pledges, and that's great. So those are my questions to follow the money to be, and again, this is trust but verify. And this, we've talked, three of us, but the two of us have talked about this a lot. This is not directed at you. This is, I said yes too many times to representations that were made without proper documentation, and I'm not doing that again. And it's because, and this is the biggest point, it's because I personally believe, and the mayor and I very respectfully agree to disagree on this, but as somebody who usually sits in the seat of hey, will you be willing to do this for this project, I'm gonna be convinced that I got a good partner on the side and that the money is going to where it said it is, and I've got a bunch of people that were a part of that private donation that are been asking for an accounting for over a year on the project and have not received it. So when we want to go build the Brooks and we want to go build the next edition at the zoo and we want to go build the next edition at the University of Memphis, picking up the phone and calling those people and asking them for money is not going to go well. And so this is a trust but verify exercise. I am fully supportive of the downtown command center. I recognize we want it open by the summer season. And I'm happy to give you the $2.5 million from another source because I already know where I can take it from at this point today. At least $1.5 million of it very quickly. So those are the things that I would like to see. And again, I've always stayed committed to trying to meet you guys in the middle on your timelines. I'm happy to, if you guys want to do this on the fly, or if you want to get questions back and I can go to other colleagues, or you want to get it to me in writing. But those are the things that I still don't fully understand because they haven't been given to me in writing. And if you were to just produce about those 6 documents in about 2 hours if I actually had 2 hours of free time, I could probably read through them and tell you that I'm good. So I know this thing sped up rapidly for you, very rapidly, like a lot of downward pressure, but you just can't ask us to move that kind of money without understanding that kind of setup. It's just, I got it. All right, I think I've said everything I want to say. I'm going to go to the queue. And I've got, all right, I've got at least Warren. I heard somebody down there. Who first? All right, it's Warren Spinoza.
All right. Appreciate your comments, Mr. Chair. They're very enlightening. My question is, so, and just in general, we loaned the project $10 million, and we did it using commercial paper because it was CIP. We're building stuff with it, right? But so we were able to do paper to do that, but when they pay us back, it's coming back in cash. So you're saying at this point we've been paid back 2.5 or 4.5 million, and that cash is going to be coming back to the city, and it was never designed to stay in the project. It was just a loan to get the project done, awaiting the completion of people making donations. Okay, so
donations and naming rights, yes.
Donations and naming rights. So at some point, we're going to have another 5.5 million coming back to the city as cash. And I think we need, as that comes back in, council needs to know when that's coming back in for other projects. Is that
But that's the
gist
rub.
of it?
That's not what I was told over the phone like 15 minutes ago, is that the 5 million never went in. And that's what I'm trying to reconcile. Is it's a very simple exercise. I have my uses, and the uses have to balance my sources. And so either the project was overcapitalized is the term that we would use, meaning I went to a bank and I got a construction loan, just like if you were building a house and you draw down on it every month to pay that bill. and you get to the end of the project, and I think the city's saying, look, we got to the end of the project and we didn't need this $5 million. So you were either overcapitalized, which is another set of issues to explain. Well, that's so somebody explain that piece. That is the one piece that no one has been able to articulate.
I believe that what we're looking at is the full $30.8 million was spent on the project. The project has been closed out. And so what has happened is over time, $4.5 million in pledges and donations have been sitting in an account at the University of Memphis Foundation, waiting for us to bring it back and use it for purposes. And so that's where we are.
Got Penelope, y'all, all right, we are about to move on. I've got the chief she's shaking her head saying that's not right. Guys, we've got to get on. What is Paul? Okay. Paul said the exact opposite to me on the phone. He said the $5 million never went in 15 minutes ago. Now, whether that's right or wrong, this is why I don't like having these conversations. So, all right, I'm sorry, Dr. Warner.
Sure, okay. I always appreciate your insights because I need that business background. So I think that what's been said is there's some paperwork we need to see.
Right.
Okay. I think it sounds like this is going to be something that we weren't expecting to be able to get back. You know, a lot of times we make these loans to nonprofits and we don't ever see anything back. And the fact we're getting this back, I think, is a good thing. But I think it needs to come back in a way that people who are donating to it understand that, you know, we provided the ability for them to donate to this project by funding it when it would have not been funded and not been built, okay? And that's what we did with that loan. We allowed the project to be built to have our donors to have time to come and donate and have their names and them to actually fund the project. And that money comes back to taxpayers to use for other things. So I think if that's what's going on, everyone can feel pretty good about it. I think that's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
In part, yes, sir. I mean, for the most part,
part
it
is not correct?
Well, what I'm saying is, so the loan went out. We're getting the money back in cash. We know that we have at the moment about 1.4 that we have firm that is coming back from University of Memphis. So we have the 4.5, 4.6 in the house. We get another 1.4 that is coming back from the University of Memphis. There's additional, I would say, what we are calling inventory of naming rights that's still available. So that is still in the process of being sold. Hallways, corridors, rooms, courts, etc., that still can be named. These naming rights are being sold and the revenues are collected.
We expecting to get a 4.5 million more
what's
out
the
of
city's
that?
exposure?
Yes.
What's the city's current exposure then? If you don't sell a single other naming right, what's the city's exposure?
Right now, we have about $4 million that still say that is not funded for the loan that's been made, that we still have to fund.
And who's responsible for paying that back? Would that be the University of Memphis?
No, that's the city of Memphis, because the city of Memphis used its commercial paper to extend that loan.
So we have to so the people who are actually doing the naming rights will be helping us pay that loan off. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's what it boils down to. That makes sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I assume this is the thing. The city was always going to have some exposure. That's what I'm trying to understand. So to be very clear, and again, Chief McGowan just texted me, I hear you. I'm just asking for the physical piece of paper so that I can stand behind it. All right. Sorry, go ahead, Chief Adams. And I'm going to actually let me get through the queue. Councilman Spinoza.
Yeah, so Leftwich, and thank you, Mr. Chair, is obviously the success story, right? It is. There's a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformation. Last night, I was on the phone for 2 hours with the administration, and I appreciate every minute of it, right, as we all move forward together and work together. But we definitely, I think, need to pause this. I support the command center. We need to just pause this and just get answers. And I don't think that there's foul play. I don't think that there's, there was an article, obviously, that came out, and I got a couple calls, and the sentiment was the city stealing money from the donors and it was like, no, I can assure you all that that's not happening. And that's not. I mean, I think everybody's just trying to understand the flow and understand this process, and we'll do that. And I think we need to do that. And I think, Brooke, we were just talking, we might have a meeting maybe Monday So we might hold this then. I'll recommend that if I need to recommend that for the body, just for all of us to get the information that we need. I mean, you had donors that are like, hey, we're giving money and it's not going where it's supposed to go. And then I just heard this, so let me just, I don't even want to get into the details because Chairman Carlisle, Dr. Warren, they asked a ton of questions, but now I have to ask this because I just heard this. And the question is coming from a good space. You just referenced that it was 10 million, and then there's another 4.5 million that are short. So essentially, we're taking money that was given to us to repay the loan and then sending it right back out again, right? So we're not even receiving it and recording it as a loan payment on the books. And I say that not in like, you can hold off on the answer to that question. I mean that as a genuine question. Like, I think those are the things we all just need to figure out together. That's all. Before I vote yes on this.
No, I understand.
Okay. And thank you, Walter.
No, thank you.
In a good way.
And this is just for me, by the way. If you want to come back and just go 2.5 million out of the assigned fund balance and plug this hole, I'm okay with that. You guys talk about it. I have no problem with command center. I'm just not going to send millions out until I'm 100% sure that I'm good with it. So,
Wait,
Council,
I'm sorry.
No, that's my fault. I'm over the top today.
Well, with the sense of urgency too. Like, I mean, if y'all can get something to us by today, like I'm all for it. So, I mean, those are genuine questions from citizens and from this body trying to understand the flow. So thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Green, Walker, and then Logan. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. That was the same question that I had. When I play at Leftwich and I go in there, I see all these donors' names all on the different courts. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Have all the pledges come in? Do we have all the pledges? And what does that look like? Because if it's 10 million and then we got 4.5 and you said this is coming in cash, and I'm like, Spinoza, I'm getting phone calls from, they may not be big major donors, you know what I mean? But they're small donors. And I mean, every dollar counts. And I want to see this command center. And as I said in the earlier meeting with Councilwoman, trust but verify. It's a lot of moving parts when it comes to money. And there's a lot of stuff that I clearly don't understand. And if I don't understand, I don't vote yes. I don't say yay to it. I don't care who it is. But we got to have a full explanation on where this money is, the moving parts, and what it looks like. And that's all I think that Chairman is actually saying. That's just it. And I'm saying that in lingo terms for the citizens who I deal with can understand. Because there's so many moving parts. And when it comes to money, and I'm a girl, we look at the figures and we need an explanation.
Yes,
and I want to see this happen for the mayor. I want to see this happen for our city. And if it works out good for the economy, building the city, bringing more businesses, then we can do the whole city like this for the safety of the city. And so thank you for all the hard work you do, but I'm going to still say moving forward, had a reset, trust, and verify.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for your comments. Councilman Green, then Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I'm channeling my inner Brent Taylor. This is as clear as mud. I am concerned by multiple things that I heard today in relation to this. Probably the most concerning to me was that there was 4.6 million sitting in a foundation bank account that was our money with the U of M. Like, until when? Until we decided that we were going to have to pay the loan back, or until we decided we were going to do something else with that money? Are there other places where we have millions of dollars sitting in bank accounts just waiting? I mean, you understand how that sounds to the citizens who just had their every kind of tax raised, right? Property, sewer, MLGW, solid waste, that we would have $4.6 million sitting somewhere and it was not accounted for or going into anything. And if it is to pay back a loan, which is, I think, what Councilman Spinoza's point is, we're just delaying paying off that loan. I am fine with holding it, and I appreciate all the questions, and I too want them answered. But I want to point out, we held this from the last meeting to get these types of answers. We've already held this once. And my frustration continues to be that when we ask for clarity on issues, especially around budget, which is really, council, our number one duty here, to watch the budget, to approve the budget. When we ask for clarity and things get held and then it doesn't get cleared up, we don't get more information. Or like last night at 9:54 p.m., we get 60 pages of information to read before an 8:30 meeting. There was nothing with this. This is a resolution and a summary sheet. We don't have any of the details that anybody has asked for. So if we hold it again for more clarity, I would hope that we would get it and get it before the night before. That's like the bare minimum I can ask is please answer our questions and please get them to us more than 12 hours before we have to meet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think,
Yeah.
and then we'll go to the last two members.
So, not to steal anybody's thunder or conversation, you still have the opportunity to ask the question, but we've heard you. Give us an opportunity, Chair. You've put an alternate on the table to which we're willing to hear, but we will come back to you with a project accounting and we'll answer the questions. I think if there are any specific questions, if you could let us know now so we can answer your questions. On this side of the table, it is difficult when you are peppered with the questions late PM, but I do understand your perspective. The information should have been there. I get it. All right. So again, but sometimes we respond and we're not synced. And so we give you an opposite response to what you thought you were asking. So again, if there's a specific question, just like send it to us and we'll make sure it's there. We'll get it as soon as possible.
Let's go to Councilwoman Walker and then Councilman Logan, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please indulging me as I ask a relevant and not necessarily relevant question. So in other instances where we are supporting projects and there are pledges, do we have the right to inquire about the status of those pledges like you're doing now?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know that there would be anything that would, I mean, I'm not Alan and I'm not Tanera, but there would be anything that would preclude us. The whole purpose, and again, to give the former administration credit, they would not move forward on the projects without signed, legally binding documents that the city can pursue if someone were to default on their pledge in order to go and secure the commercial paper from the underwriting agencies with the city's credit too. It was all one big, hey, this is the support. And like they said, some came in 1 year, some were 3 years, and some were over 5 years. So the theory would be at the end of 5 years that whatever was loaned against the pledges are 100% paid back to the city, which is why I did something it's never done like that before.
Okay, thank you for that further clarification. This has been very enlightening to me. So I said not necessarily relevant because this made me think about MMRP, and they received a lot of pledges. And so at the appropriate time, I would like to double back and we take a look and see, apply this instance to those circumstances as well and see if they have received all of the pledges that they have said they received. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. I'll give you one just clarifying thing. We absolutely will do that. I'm always happy to do anything members want to request through the committee. The key difference is that for Tomley Park in particular, they received grants for about half the project, cash from donors another half, and then they went and got private debt from a private bank as opposed to borrowing from the city in order to pay that back. But I'm sure that the MRPP team would be happy to come and brief and talk about how that worked for them. I think, again, this is the point is I'm trying to preserve the model. Like Memphis cannot move forward in some of these major iconic like anchor projects without the help of philanthropy, and not just local philanthropy. I mean, Knight Foundation, Kresge, like big time national foundations participate in a lot of this stuff. And they want to make sure that not only, and again, this is trust but verify. They want to make sure that they see them doing their job and us doing our job, and that we look like we're responsible and being very careful about their funding. So I just want to continue to reiterate, this is not intended to be adversarial. Councilwoman Logan, and then Warren's got to follow up, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, Chair. And
Your mic.
I'm sorry, really appreciate you breaking it down as you did. It's one way to get the thick packet and see all the technical, but to actually break it down, I appreciate you being on the body to do that. One thing that I noted, even at the previous CFO was here, I would always say, make sure our credit rating stays well, our name stays well, that we have money in the bank, those things, we can work out the rest. But those are very important because it determines the health of your city financially. So if it is seen that, we come here and we've done this a few times, even the time when I asked about had we executed the contract with U of M on the sale of the stadium. We were paying for all of the renovations and the demolitions and all that. They hadn't even signed the document yet. And so my thing, I thought that was very strange, just to me. I'm like, that didn't make sense. If they want it, go ahead and take it. So if there's the overreach or if there's who's responsible for that? Those types of questions is just, to me, go ahead and execute. So the point that I wanted to make is before we come here, those things that Chairman Carlisle said was simple. It seemed very elementary and simple. And so we could have brought all of that information. I think bringing more information to make it as clear as possible for all of us to understand is important for this body. And we've said that in different ways a number of times. So when we come, we've asked not to get paperwork late. We've asked for it to be clear and concise. We've asked for those people that can speak to the situation to be present and here. And to make certain that things like this don't come out, have to be brought out instead of being told to us on the front end. So if there's any way moving forward that we can, that's just respectful as council members, as well as, being expected to be partners with you, I'm asking for you all to do that, and not for us to have to keep asking you to not send paperwork late, and to make certain that when you come, all the facts, all the documents, everything is there that you would want when you go on to do business with somebody. You want them to give you all the paperwork up front and everything signed and documented. Just make it make sense. It's not rocket science. It shouldn't have to be a maze or secretive, or we got to uncover and unlock things. So if it can just be brought and given like we're asking simple questions, I would appreciate that myself. I yield back.
Thank you. Dr. Warren, follow-up question?
Yeah, my follow-up question, two things. One, you had mentioned, Mr. Chair, that the reason that we got the paper was that we had signed pledges for that amount.
A better way, let me clear, that's probably a better way to clear that up.
The question is, did we actually have signed pledges for $10 million? Do we have signed pledges for $5 million? And we're still trying to get the extra pledges to come in to make the rest of our note.
Yeah, I want to clarify one thing that I said. The city obviously has the ability to issue commercial paper on its own debt. The former mayor, as the chief contracting officer, was unwilling to authorize that until he got to a certain threshold that he felt comfortable that basically would have been the city's exposure. Now, again, in the defense of the former mayor, when you're doing these projects, you get a lot of people that are pretty pumped about it, a lot of people that say they can raise a lot of money, and sometimes they fall short. It is.
Never seen that happen.
Yeah, right. So I just want to clarify the comments so that people didn't say, hey, look, these bonds were only issued because of the pledges. They were issued because the pledges were signed and the mayor authorized them, and we, the body, were briefed and authorized them as well. So we own a piece of the authorization, no doubt about it. It's just the back end follow-up that we got to get clear on.
And I guess the other thing, too, is I know we were all frustrated when at 7 o'clock last night or 8 o'clock last night we got our paperwork. But this is right after a holiday in a back-to-back meeting. I'll give you a little bit of a buy, but you got to get better and get the stuff to us in time so we can like figure out and read it and ask you good questions beforehand. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right, so here's what I'd like to do. One, I've got all these directors here, so I'm gonna move on and we're gonna go through that. I wanna be very respectful of your time as I've asked you to be of ours. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna table for a committee, and we're gonna, before we come back to the end, I'd like to just think a little bit more, because mainly I just wanna make sure the logistics of what I ask of you and the council are cool. Let's go ahead and start going through item number 3. I'm gonna read it into the record and move it, and I wanna be respectful. Directors, the bigger the number, the more important. The smaller the number, as my friend JB Smiley said, brevity is the key. It is, and if it is budget neutral and a small number, just say it from your seat. I'm okay. We're gonna walk through, and I may just wave you to sit down. But the last thing I want to do is bring you back for another day, since you are all here now. Okay. Item number 3. First off, is there any objection to doing that? Are we cool? Okay. Number 3, a resolution to adjust the fiscal year 2025 first quarter budget adjustment expenditures in the amount of $3,970,956.11 for unanticipated circumstances. All council districts requested by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Moved by Councilman Spinoza, seconded by Dr. Warren. Chief in Chief. How do you guys want to do this? I'm happy to have each director come up if you want, if you feel like that. I think that's how I'd like to do it.
Mr. Chair, we've had a chance to actually read this.
Yeah.
Do people have questions about, because this document explains things pretty well. There may be a summary. And then
I just got to
questions.
I think that's fine. We can do a quick summary, but I think Dr. Warren's right. I think that's fair. Most of these are I've got a few that we'll get to, but do you want to do just a brief overview? You did last time, and we kind of hit it.
Yes, sir, I will. Walter Person again. The one thing I wanted to reference, due to the fact that when we went through this and determined this to be commercial paper, we were originally going to use $2.5 million of that money to fund these operating expenses. We have since backed off that position. So now what you have before you here in this document is budget neutral transactions done to expedite the division's ability to move money around to meet urgent needs. So we have removed those that require additional funding until we can really go in and comb through our records and determine a location to find that funding. So we can go through this very quickly, but this is a treatment of all the budget neutral items. In the interest of time, again, finance, we have very small amount for the first part, $15,000 that we need to move around, primarily to cover some software purchases. Stormwater has a somewhat sizable request, and this is due to something called positive arbitrage. So you see $1.2 million. The reason for this is we've actually held the money so long, and the money rates that we were collecting on that money was much higher than the rates at which we issued the debt, which causes positive arbitrage. If you hold the money past a certain period of time, the IRS will view that money as then being taxable income. And that's what drove the 1.2 here, which we're funding. Quickly to Memphis Parks. That 850 was already approved by this body, so it's a budget neutral transaction. The next page gives you a detailed summary of all the programs that Park is planning to use for that money. Parks has 301, 415. These are all budget neutral transactions as well. When we go back, we look at general services, $500,000. They've had 5 electrician vacancies. They've had these vacancies for an extended period of time. And the transfer is to cover those vacancies. Solid waste, which is a separate fund, due to the challenges, and I think Philip enumerated those earlier today, we are moving money from personal services to other lines to cover the shortfall of being able to hire the 102 folks that they need to carry on their operations that they committed to. City Attorney Office, adding 2 new heads, primarily as legal assistants. The goal for this is to enhance their ability to perform legal operations. As you all know, we are facing increasing legal actions here at the city, and the chief legal officer has found a way to optimize that is through leveraging the capabilities of legal assistance. So that's the request there. And the 614, real quickly, is a settlement. And the funding there is to recognize and accept the money for litigation settlement. And she's available to speak to that if need be, but if not, we can keep moving. All righty. Library services, we have a credit of $84,000. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Keep trucking.
Skip small. I'm gonna tell you where we're gonna get this.
So Public Works, you've already heard about this once today, and here it is again. This is for work local, so it's $950. It's supported by Affordable Housing Trust, Fire, Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority for the 239. That's a transfer, intergovernmental transfer. The rest of it, there's a donated revenue amount. Quickly to police services, fairly sizable amount, but police services, given the size of their budget, they were able to cover these current expenses through transfers in-house. So the 1.9 million, though sizable, has been covered in-house. And that's it.
All right. Thank you for that. A lot of that got covered earlier. Here's what I'll offer, again, for the directors, is what I would like to do going forward is when these things come, I'm happy to come down here and meet a week early and sit down with whoever I need to sit down with, and then my team and I can get together and summarize with the administration that we've met and that this is what we believe to be the case. But if any member wants an additional, anybody to come and give additional brief, and then that way I don't even have to drag you all down here. But today had to happen. So there is a request for same night minutes. Now that these are decoupled, I'm happy to, is this on for the night? Is this one we sent down? Yes. Yeah, so this is already on tonight's agenda. So it's been sent down without, it's the other way around. Yeah, the command center. So we need to send this down. Yes, Councilwoman Green.
I want to say that I appreciate you breaking this out for us and giving us a lot more detail. Again, I got this at 10 o'clock last night, and so I have had very little time to delve into it because I've been in committee, and I realized there was a holiday. So I know that probably some people worked on this when some of the rest of us were, taking our holiday. So I want to say thank you. But I will say, despite it being budget neutral, it is still concerning to me in your summaries. Multiple times you talk about you would not be able to pay certain salaries and positions. And that is doubly concerning when you started your presentation off saying, we're still combing through our budget to get things straightened out. We've been here 12 months now. We've passed one budget. I realize all budgets are wrong as soon as they're passed, but our forecasting has to be enough to cover the positions, if nothing else. And we cannot continue to do what we did at the end of last year, which is to come and say, firemen aren't going to get paid, and we need 10 million. Police aren't going to get paid, we need 15 million. And this packet that you've sent me shows that we're going to be right there over and over again. We had a presentation at the last meeting, I believe, where we discussed that we were already at almost 50% of our overtime spend with the police. I'm concerned, not about making these moves, but about what these moves say for the trend of our budget as a whole, especially when we passed such a huge property tax to be able to fill holes and to be able to pay for, and you referenced some of the union recommendations and the increases. That was all allegedly built into our budget and built into that tax increase. So it shouldn't be a surprise in December, 6 months after the budget is passed, that we're having to move money around. So I don't have a lot of issues with this now that you have given us the information and that it is budget neutral. But the trend is alarming. And I raise that to my fellow council members because we were put under the gun in budget last year. If you don't pass these millions of dollars, police and fire aren't going to get paid. And we are right on track to do that again across several divisions now, not just police and fire, if we keep doing this. Because what this says is we're filling holes, we're moving things around to pay salaries. Anyway, I appreciate you getting this to us. I would request again, along with all my other council members, that we get it in a more timely manner so that we can have these conversations. Thank you.
Councilwoman, thank you for those remarks. The only thing I can say is, yes, we did send it out late. We had a week between last council meeting and this council meeting, which surrounded a 4-day holiday for the team. Not making excuses, but just explaining the facts. So we did work on it over that time frame, and we gathered information and we tried to aggregate it. Again, as we combed through part of our funding, which we talked about earlier, we determined that it was not in the best interest to use that funding. So we pulled out anything that would drive fund balance. But there's a lot of give and take in budgets. As we've seen, we did a lot of significant cuts last year, and we're right sizing and really dealing with a lot of operational issues behind the scenes, and that drives some of it. As Philip alluded to with solid waste, or Director Davis rather, when he discussed the fact that he's having difficulty hiring, these are things that happen in the natural ebbs and flows of the business cycle. So it's hard to predict that, and it's hard to adjust for it. And we have to maintain some dynamic nature to the budget to manage those issues. So we just ask that you afford us that latitude.
I agree with you, and I encourage you, council, if you've not had time to read through this, like what I did is I just went through with the highlighter, and every time that I saw, impact if the request is not received, and I saw that they would not be able to staff or pay for salaries, that's what I highlighted, and it was almost every page. So I'm just pointing that out to you because that means we need to do better forecasting like now, so that we're not where we were last year, because we cannot do another property tax increase like we did. We cannot continue to pass the buck like this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan. And then
So I have a
yes, ma'am.
question as a response to what she said. So am I hearing you say that because we made so many cuts, or because we made cuts, that you said that you're trying to right size based on those cuts? Is that why that packet says we're not going to be able to pay? Because is the complement the same, but the cuts?
Well, it's a couple things. So
just pick a division. Give a specific.
Yeah. When you look at solid waste, it's probably the most stark example because you had those discussions today. We started off with a plan of hiring 102 people for a new area. We raised, and this is a separate fund, but we raised the fees by $12 to accommodate that. Well, the one was an equipment issue, so the equipment didn't arrive at the expected time frame. We made arrangements to adjust for that. Also, the hiring has not been as rapid as we'd like. So we had to move funds from the full-time salaries to cover those expenses as they were being generated in another line area, be it part-time or be it miscellaneous professional services, so that we could provide those services to the citizens of Memphis as we contracted. If I've had, for instance, and I was going to do this as a positive thing, I've had a deputy position that's been open since April. The new person is here now. And ask her to stand up. So, and I'm very excited to have her. Miss Jennings comes to us from the school system, and she comes in very, with a very laudatory background. But saying that, I'm saying that it's hard for us to predict, nor did Director Davis predict, that he was going to have this difficulty. So we had to adjust to affect change so that he could fund where the funds were needed. Fortunately, we had the funds available because he had budgeted for those people in the top line. Then they were moved to other lines to cover those expenses. Forecasting, I agree with you. We just finished a forecasting exercise. We're trying to hone that as much as possible all the time. But the best forecasts, to your point, like models, are always wrong from the moment you start. Some are helpful. That's a quote. Everything is always going to be wrong from the moment you initiate it, but some things can guide you. So those are the challenges that we face. And those are the challenges that were faced before I sat in this seat, and they'll be the challenges that are faced after I leave this seat. So, some of you may be budgeting 100% correctly at home. I don't. I always miss something a little bit somewhere.
If we could continue to make those adjustments along the way together, or know about what's going on, so it won't come down to the end and then there's a
Exactly.
issue.
And I'm sorry to jump in, but that is exactly what I've been dying to say. We passed a very tight budget, even with an increase. We did reduce. And so one of the things that we have to understand as well is we have a dynamic city in which we serve, to which none of the division directors can be clairvoyant on all the expenditures. What we bring to you is, one, a communication tool. The other communication tool was the resolution. And sometimes a resolution doesn't read as simple as this communication tool.
Right.
But notwithstanding, both were there. This just happened to come late. We will come to you to reallocate money within the budget, but at the same time, I need us to kind of understand nothing nefarious is happening and nothing outside of the budget. We are trying our best, to your point, Councilwoman Logan, to not go back to assigned fund balance, to go back. And if there is an opportunity where one division is underspending and another division can contribute, then that's what we will do. And so that is the combing that we are trying to do. But again, we are trying to protect what we passed last June, what you all passed and we presented last June, and be the best steward of the tax dollar. But we will come to you. I don't care if it's 20 more times, but we will come to you to reallocate that money, which we think, one, is within the right and purview of the administration, but then you all's right and responsibility as a budgetary authority to then approve and review. Yes, ma'am.
When you, and I also would be interested, because I've heard that there were not able to hire in a few divisions. What are we doing different in HR? We don't have to go over that now, but if you could send it to me or see what are we doing different on that side? Because we see that that's the case. We can't continue to do the same thing if we're not able to hire. So that if that could come, at a next meeting, I'd appreciate it.
That would be a great meeting for Personnel Committee.
Absolutely. Thanks.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a vote on this. The motion is with a positive recommendation to send it downstairs and be placed on this evening's agenda. We still have executive item. And if you just give me, yes, sir, I'm coming right to you. And then item number, actually, go ahead, Councilman.
Item 3 is what we're voting on.
Item 3 is what we're voting
neutral,
on.
right?
And yes, sir.
Yeah, cool.
And again, if you want,
Thank you, Mr.
yes, sir. And again, if you're like, hey, why are they here? There are certain rules by the comptroller and the state statute and the IRS that impact all these things. You don't have to get into the weeds like I like to, but that's why they're here. Is there is a threshold between we call black line, red line. They have to come to the body, even if it's within the division to some degree. I'm not an expert. That's his job. But that's why we're here. I'll just make one last comment. I think, again, it's just continuing to try and get it early. I'll say it the nice way. And then we'll move on, because I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it's important. When this body voted last time we had to do this, It was not the Young administration that took it. It was the council. And so what I'm saying now is going forward, the next time that this happens and we get jammed up, at least I'm one vote, but I will do everything in my power to make sure that if people don't get paid, they don't get paid, and then I'm going to tell them to go knock on 7. That's the message. This is not a large amount of money. I know that sounds horrible to say for people sitting in the room, but when you we said this last time, when you manage an $850 million operating budget, a $3 million swing doesn't hit anyone's radar. But that being said, we are not running FedEx or AutoZone or First Horizon. We are running taxpayer dollars. Therefore, we are supposed to be responsible for every single cent. Directors, I'm sorry that I dragged you down here, but I'm also a little frustrated you weren't here last time. I know it was the holiday. I know the council picked the schedule. It was an election year. Those of you that were here, thank you for coming both times. Going forward, if you have concerns, obviously you need to go through the chief and the C-suite team, but you are always welcome to send me or my staff an email with a heads up about something or ask for a meeting so that they can explain it to me so that at the very least, I can try to explain it if I need to anybody else. Because that's the hardest part is when you get a phone call at 7:30 at night from somebody caught completely cold after a long day's worth of work, just like you guys don't like getting them. I don't like it either, and I didn't have answers for anyone last night. So all that being said, sending this down with positive recommendation with same night minutes signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, this item goes down. Favorable recommendation. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kick, without objection, I'm kicking item 2 to the chairman's committee, and we are going to powwow. If you have any questions related to specifically the command center downtown, the financing of it or whatnot, please, Regala is going to be around. Please don't go through your staff. Please just go to Regala. That way we don't have to, we can skip a step. So she can get it directly to the administration for speed. Well, there's one more. The other thing is we haven't actually gone over the project. So that's the thing is tonight we don't have a huge agenda. So be prepared looking at the clock to talk about this tonight. Like what it is, where it is, why it is, and what's going on. Given if his, and I'm not demanding it, I'm serious, I mean this politely, given the, and I'll ask the chairman to put it towards the front, but given the importance of this and the mayor's former role at the DMC, it would be nice to have him around for it. And I mean that very respectfully. If his schedule can't allow it, I understand because it's short notice, but if he can be
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Dr. Warren. Chair White.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Keaton. Item number 1 is a resolution to amend the VSIF TCCRP grant award to the amount of $39,500,000 from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs, OCJP, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. May I get a motion and a second? I have a motion from Councilman Ford and a second from Councilman Spinoza. Who do we have from the administration here today? Please announce yourself and your address.
Good afternoon, Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Kelly Walton, Violent Crime Intervention Fund Director, 170 North Main Street.
Vicky Shabazz, Major Chief of Staff and VCIF Project Director, 170 North Main.
Thank you all for being here with us this afternoon, and you all can proceed.
Absolutely. Council members, thank you again for giving us an opportunity to reconvene on the VSIF grant, and hopefully we will able to better clarify some of the funding and the direction that some of the funding and the programming that some of the funding is covering based on Councilmember Logan and other members asked. So at this time, Kelly Walton and Major Shabazz will sort of lead this conversation.
Thank you. And like Chief said, thank you for the opportunity to provide updates on the robust measures that the Memphis Police Department has taken to combat the violent crime in our city. The Violent Crime Intervention Fund represents an unprecedented landmark initiative backed by Governor Bill Lee and the General Assembly with a clear focus on evidence-based strategies to improve public safety. Today, we will share not only the progress Memphis will make with this funding, but also respond to the Council's request for deeper insights into the data, partnerships, and targeted outputs that will sustain this effort. Governor Bill Lee and the General Assembly appropriated $100 million in state's 22-23 budget for the Violent Crime Intervention Fund, which provided grant funds for local law enforcement agencies to implement evidence-based programs and strategies that will reduce violent crimes in our communities. Following a comprehensive analysis by the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Program, which reviewed the most recent 5 years of TBI data, Memphis emerged as the city with nine of the 10 most violent zip codes in the state, the 10th being in Nashville. We are grateful for this grant, which allows the Memphis Police Department to enhance public safety and address the root causes of violent crime. Guided by our theme to create a collaborative community ecosystem of support and services that work to provide sustainable outcomes from a holistic approach. This funding supports a safer and stronger Memphis. In last week's council meeting, the following deliverables were requested. What was the purpose of the initial funding of the $5.8 million? How much of the initial funding was spent to date? Additional information on data gathered from community and UT Health Science Center regarding problems identified. Interventions, sub-grantees related to each zip code, how the grant funds will be used, and connections to the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement of Juvenile Court related to youth programs and nonprofits identified that shows results. So in September 2023, MPD received $5.8 million of the received $39.5 million grant to support personnel and research partner in the development of the full project proposal. The research partner was identified as UT Health Science Center as recommended by the state of Tennessee. In October of 23, the initial appropriation of $5,805,292 was divided into payment to sub-grantees, which is UT, $4,841,188. Full-time salaries, $632,812. Overtime, $241,104. Travel, $24,000, and supplies outside, $66,188. To date, $197,055.16 have been spent. $4.7 million has been obligated, fully executed contract to UT for the periods of FY24 through FY27. Based upon the approval of the program model via the state, the amendment was executed on November the 1st of this year. The amendment is adjusted funding for the program life cycle in fiscal years FY25 through FY2027. In November, MPD received the remaining $33.7 million of the $39.5 million grant. We are here today for the appropriation request of payment to some sub-grantees, $20,694,377. Full-time salaries, $2,155,857. Part-time salaries, $273,819. Overtime, $854,536. Travel, $1,413,000. Supplies outside, $4,712,311. Miscellaneous services and charges, $250,000. And capital outlay expense of $3,340,754.
Thank you, Major. As we focus on those projects that will be drivers of violent crime within our neighborhoods, we are specifying those programs in the 9 identified zip codes where we will implement evidence-based interventions that have a proven history of creating positive change through the 4 key strategies identified by the state of Tennessee, to include prevention and intervention, enforcement, violent offender intervention, and victim services outreach. These are the 9 identified zip codes by the state of Tennessee and their respective precincts that those cover. We were asked to provide the preliminary analysis of those listening sessions that were in coordination and conducted with our support and collaboration with UT. And so out of those preliminary listening sessions, as they're continuing to provide feedback to us based upon their analysis, there were 4 identified areas of focus that the community wanted us to really prioritize when we thought about how we were going to spend funding and who were we going to be able to support. So really wanted to focus and lend additional support surrounding parenting and generational issues. So the breakdown of family, parental support, and how can we maximize opportunities surrounding trauma-informed care. And so these are some of the direct quotes from some of those that participated, those stakeholders that participated, wanting us to really understand how parents are a big factor in crimes, because children not having those definitive relationships can help to those not having that tend to defer to other things to be able to remain engaged. And so they also wanted us to think about how could we maximize engagement surrounding education and training, implementation of early intervention programs to reduce juvenile crime, and providing additional opportunities for mental health programs. So again, recognizing that there are those already opportunities within the Shelby County school system, but how can we continue to engage and align our efforts surrounding vocational training opportunities? Also, resources, making meaningful investments in communities through wraparound programming and organizations who are entrenched already in community services, providing the vocational training, and then those additional wraparound services. These, again, are some of those quotes from our stakeholders about once individuals may become just as involved, how can they still be able to provide for their families and be having those unique opportunities to still be successful. And also working and prioritizing how can we build better relationships with the police, thinking about police presence and responsiveness, our dedicated and expanded suppression efforts, building that continued relationship and trust with the community, and also how can we use this opportunity to build that connection and also be able to be supportive of individuals who may want to choose police as during their career pipeline. And so from those feedback, these are the agencies that are going to be provided funding based upon each one of those strategies that were earlier defined. So in the prevention and intervention strategy that will focus on community crime prevention that seeks to promote positive relationships between youth and adults in order to help foster those nurturing relationships and choose nonviolent behaviors to improve and continue to sustain our safe environments. We have allocated over $10 million to sub-grantees dedicated to initiatives in this area, and 40% of those prevention and intervention programs are youth-focused. HEAL 901 will provide intervention programming, including mentor support to at-risk youth and justice-involved adults. Appleseeds Incorporated will provide mental health support and additional programming needs to create a three-pronged approach to prevent, intervene, and disrupt cycles of violence. Additional programs will be available specifically for at-risk males ages 13 to 18. I will say, and wanting to make sure to answer the question, Councilwoman Logan, you had last week, these intervention partners are not dedicated to one specific area. They will be encompassing all of our zip codes and providing those support and assistance. So just wanting to be able to engage as a whole environment and being able to provide those services across those 9 zip codes in that landscape. First Aid Memphis will support programming at our educational services at MPD's new Learning Center, which is currently where our Community Engagement Bureau currently exists, and we're going to repurpose that asset at Old Allen Station. The Boys and Girls Club will provide after-school care, making sure that we're providing intentionality that those centers will receive funding that are in our defined hotspot zip codes, focusing on core areas such as education and leadership, character development, career awareness, and athletics, and also being able to provide those additional mentoring programs. But we also wanted to go a step further by making sure that we can cover those membership fees of young people that want to be able to take advantage of those resources but may not be able to afford that. So we wanted to make sure that we were prioritizing those type of fees being aligned with this effort. Also, Pure Academy will provide in-community programming outside of their existing asset in Whitehaven in all of our hotspot zip codes, providing initiatives to include residential opportunities, summer initiatives, as well as weekend initiatives. NAACP will provide quality education and assistance to youth and adults at our Youth and Adult Resource Center that will be repurposed at Old Allen, also expanding their Youth Council initiative to engage participants from all hotspot zip codes, also being able to facilitate gun violence training through their 6 steps of nonviolence de-escalation training. We will continue our partnership with Memphis Allies, who will provide intervention and prevention programs focused on gun violence through their SWITCH program that is an opportunity to create hope for the community's highest risk youth, ages 12 to 18, and their involved family as well as caregivers. Memphis Urban League will provide job readiness and financial literacy programs, academic achievement, workforce development, and college readiness, and they will deliver youth leadership and entrepreneur programming to empower participants for future success. Collective Blueprint will provide programming that supports credential attainment in high career fields such as IT, skilled trades. Collective Blueprint will further offer wraparound services, including mental health support and workforce development resources. YMCA will provide diverse programming opportunities, including mentorship, education support, swim classes, youth in government, and other programs. They'll also expand their services at select YMCA centers and partnered agencies within those defined zip codes. Neighborhood Christian Center will provide wraparound services through their 3 Pillars program to 300 identified families across their 13 locations and through citywide referrals. Want to focus on assisting individuals who have significant exposure to active participation in violence or criminal behavior, and ensuring that all families have access to essential services to include food, clothing, relocation, and other emergency support resources. We'll move into our enforcement strategy.
Okay, and a portion of this grant funding over the next 3 years will help augment and support enforcement as well. The strategy will focus on the focused deterrence model that we've talked a lot about here in council meetings during public safety, and the actual call-ins, the actual supporting the officers that we've allocated to shooting reviews and so on. There's an allocation of over $1 million to enforcement and suppression initiatives, one being Code Zero that we talk about quite often. This will help augment our overtime budget as well. Suppression operations will enhance law enforcement visibility to each hotspot zip code, led and coordinated by MPD's Organized Crime Unit and the Multi-Gang Unit, along with other agencies that will actually support. However, the other agencies won't be funded by the grant. They just always augment and support us through their own budgets. Operations will occur monthly per zip code with visa funds covering MPD officers overtime. Individuals arrested during Code Zero sweeps who may benefit from wraparound services as a deterrent to violent crime will be referred to the city's group violence intervention program. So it'll be basically a handoff. Everybody who is encountered or potentially arrested may not be arrested. They may be handed off to group violence intervention for the appropriate services. In MPD, Group Violence Intervention Program, GVIP, operational fleet. Our officers, even though they're working with the schools and they're going to and from these different locations, visiting families to try to intervene and provide resources, they don't have vehicles that are not marked vehicles. We want officers to have unmarked vehicles to go to these locations so that the presence is more of we're here to help as opposed to enforce.
Thank you, Chief Davis. We'll move into our violent offender intervention strategy. This strategy will seek to decrease barriers for justice-involved individuals to be successful in their return to the community, further encouraging positive interactions within their families and communities while engaging in employment that promotes value and livable wages. And so we're allocating over $1 million to sub-grantees dedicated to initiatives in this area. The agency is Persevere, and the Memphis Police Department personnel will work with both the Persevere organization and law enforcement agencies to identify vendors within each target zip code to participate and receive services. The agency will further render programming that targets cognitive behavioral therapy, technology education, basic skills development, and other related topics. Moving into our victim services outreach initiatives, this strategy is working to provide opportunities for those who experience high levels of trauma from gun violence and other victimizations to receive therapeutic and healing interactions that promote community connections. We're allocating over $2 million to sub-grantees dedicated to initiatives in this area. YWCA will provide support to assist individuals in emergency domestic violence situations. They will further provide domestic violence training for community stakeholders and MPD officers. Appleseeds Incorporated will provide mental health support, therapeutic services, and counseling to survivors and individuals who are still in unsafe or unhealthy relationships. Neighborhood Christian Center, through their adult family services engagement approach, will provide targeted case management support to identified families and individuals. These services are to include emergency housing, food assistance, and counseling referrals. Family Safety Center will provide case management, wraparound services, and other resources, including crisis intervention and being able to be their collaborative partner to improve connections to other community partners. Talking about the measurable benchmarks and outputs based upon each of the strategies. Through the prevention and intervention model, we will enroll 30 youth per zip code in weekly mentoring and tutoring programs. We want to provide weekly trauma-informed counseling or therapeutic services to 35 to 40 youth per zip code, including individual, group, and family counseling sessions. We want to enroll 30 adults per zip code in quarterly workforce development programs and deliver evidence-based prevention models to 30 to 40 students per zip code. Our outputs related to enforcement. Again, conducting one code zero sweep monthly in each zip code, totaling 12 sweeps annually. Continuing to track and measure specific origins of this crime related to our 9 defined zip codes through domestic violence. Tracking the number of arrests of individuals with aggravated assault charges. Tracking the number of arrests of individuals with sexual assault charges. Continuing to hold our multi-agency collaborative strategy meeting, which is our shooting review that we have weekly per month, to total 12 of those per calendar year. And then yearly allocating 4,700 roughly hours of overtime annually to support code zero sweeps across all hotspot zip codes. Going into our violent offender intervention outputs and measurable outcomes. Up to 160 offenders will be identified within the hotspot zip codes to participate in programming and receive those wraparound services, workforce development training, and mental health services. Up to 160 risk assessments to be completed based on offender participation. 70% of our programs graduates to receive job placements or certifications after completion of our programs, and 5% reduction of reoffenses by program participants year over year.
Director Walton, I'm going to cut you off just right there. And I know I told you
we have so many items, and we did send this out to all of the council members, and thank you so much. It is absolutely comprehensive and took us from beginning to end. What I'm gonna do is, unless it's something, and I'll allow you a moment if there's anything that you wanna make sure that you get out. But if not, what I was gonna do is go ahead and open it up for any specific questions that everyone may have from the PowerPoint, because your presentation was very detailed.
Thank you.
And thank you for breaking it down for us. I know Councilman Warren was in the queue.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw that we gave $20 million to the University of Tennessee as our partners, what it says there, UT Health Science Center.
Yes, it's not, it's 4.8 million. The full
I'm talking
allocation.
let's see which page that's on. Let's go to the page that you have those numbers, the first page with the numbers. Payment to subgrantees, 20 million, 6K. So that's not just to UT.
That is not just to UT.
I was wondering if they were the ones that were going to be managing it, but our department's going to be managing it.
Yes, our department, the VCIF office will be managing the funding. So the first appropriation in October of 2023 was $5.8 million, and that subgrantee was for $4.8 million directly to UT. So
and what are they going to be doing for that?
They are providing our research analysis. So as we conduct this program,
they're crunching our numbers.
They're crunching our numbers, and they're further going to be evaluating and assessing the success of these programs.
So will they be able to give us sort of annual or month, some sort of feedback loop so we can do a quality improvement as we're going through the process?
Yes, so they're actually, they are required to do those monthly, yearly analysis, but we'll be continuing to engage them weekly and monthly surrounding that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think this was in here. So there will be like deliverables and ways that these particular organizations that are receiving money, that they'll be sending this data back to either you all or UT for them to be able to collect and analyze. Is that
Yes,
correct?
so they will be sending it to both of our offices. Each of our agencies will be required to complete monthly assessments, making sure that they're reaching their targeted benchmarks, and we're continuing to have that monitoring and evaluation for compliance.
And the grant was written in a way where we could be flexible as we move along, especially if we don't see progress. There'll be an opportunity to sort of sit back and sort of regroup, recalibrate whether or not that particular awardee should continue in the program. That was the main reason why we brought UT in as an outside source, because each recipient will be responsible for demonstrating their success with the success measures that are set forth for each program.
One other thing, I know last time I gave some suggestions, I'm not going to add any to those. One other thing that I was going to say is, and I appreciate that there's such a good focus, I think you said about 40% of the focus so far has been on youth, is participation of some programs that focus on people who have been justice involved but are attempting to reintegrate back into society, who, helping to really keep those people on track to help decrease the recidivism rate. And as you all do that and you all come up with ideas and see barriers, we would love to hear about that as a council to see if there are ways that we may be able to assist in terms of some type of resolution ordinance or something that may assist in that area as well. Are there any other council people? Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
And then
Thank you all so
Councilwoman
much
Dr. Easter Thomas.
for bringing this back with substance that we can digest. I had a couple of questions. I did have the question about UT, so to know that they're going to be the ones doing the research and keeping up with the stats and numbers and trends and things like that. One question was, how many elementary, middle, and high school youth were included in the listening sessions and the gathering of information on what they need? Or what percentage, or,
So for participation from those age groups had to require parental consent, and that was some of the initial challenge. We are working with Shelby County Schools now to continue to evaluate them having proper representation in this research. But that wasn't hindrance of being able to have that approved by parents.
So was there any input? I know it might have been not what you wanted, but what type of, or what percentage, or how much of this was informed by youth?
By myself or by youth. So we did have at our Fraser community listening session, we did have roughly maybe 3 to 4 teenagers that participated. I think in Raleigh there may have been 1 to 2, and their parents gave consent. So I would probably say maybe 10 to 15%.
Okay.
Based upon those that received support and
Okay.
approval.
And the overall goal, and again, I really do appreciate the deliverables and what you expect to do in terms of how many people. I did want to know, like you said, enroll 30 adults per zip code, deliver evidence-based prevention programming to 35 to 40 students per zip code. What is the time frame? Is there like a cohort or a cycle and you cycle back, or is this a year-long?
So we're hoping to be able to provide those prevention programming weekly. And so how we plan on doing that is, again, being able to make sure we'll be investing in a case management tool. So each one of our funded agencies will have to provide that feedback, what they're doing weekly. We will have ongoing weekly assessments with all of our providers to make sure that we're targeting that. But we will have those weekly, and they will be able to share out any type of concerns related to how we can maximize and make sure that we're meeting our benchmarks.
So the goal is to bring down crime overall. So you're taking this approach. My question is, are you identifying a group of people? I know you were talking about aggravated assault or repetitive,
You mean aggravated, the various aggravated assaults and violent crimes?
Yes. Are you using those to come into the program? Then they do these interventions and preventions and things. And then on the other side, we see reform. And from doing that a couple of cycles, you're going to see crime come down. What is going to be the determinant of the success?
So sort of two things, two concepts working laterally. The police department is currently working a very robust group violence intervention program where individuals who are involved in aggravated assaults and all kinds of other activities, we're dealing with that through our regular, budget. And then this work is really augmenting it as well to help funnel some of these individuals in those zip codes to some of the programs that will be available to them. So it's not like it's divided. If we see that through a shooting review, we've got some teenagers that might benefit and are in that zip code, we're going to funnel them to this program as well.
The last one, the partners that you identified, or you said that partner with you all, but they're not a part of this packet, or they're not identified as connected with the program, but they participate out of their own budget. For instance?
Well, for instance, we work with the ATF, the FBI, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. They'll be out working with us on these different programs. Say, for instance, if we use VSIP funds for a Code Zero operation, they work with us anyway, but we won't be funding them. We'll only be funding our officers that are working overtime for that operation.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. I yield back, Sharon.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Was there anyone else in the queue? Oh, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And let's keep in mind, y'all, we got to try to wrap this up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank y'all for the presentation. Good to see you, Director Walton. A few questions, and then a request. For when you outline the sub-grantees and going along the line of what Dr. Warren said, when you look at the outputs, are these outputs for all sub-grantees, or is it per sub-grantee? So is it 30 youth per of the 11 sub-grantees, or is it just 30 in total?
So for each one of those respective agencies.
From what time period do you expect them to engage with 30 youth per zip code? So so you're talking about the 9 focus zip codes, they need 30 times those 9 zip codes.
Yes, and so there's going to be multiple opportunities. There'll be after-school programming. models. We anticipate having weekend initiatives with Pure Academy would be able to provide some of those. And so there's enough programming, and we're organizing and aligning those efforts of the scheduling for each one of those to make sure that we're maximizing engagement to reach those young people.
Okay, so and that's within the terms of the 3 years of the grant, or each year, or the
Yes,
quarterly
these
you were talking
are,
about?
so these are yearly benchmarks that we are anticipating, and so this will be year over year.
Okay. And then also, you may have done it, but I'm not sure. Can we get a line item? Because I see an appropriation request on, it's not numbered, but page 3, or the second slide. Can we get a line item of what the expenditures are? So like this is mostly about the grantees in the PowerPoint, but like for number 2 through 8, well, still number 1 through 8, like salaries for what, overtime for what, travel for what, miscellaneous for what, supplies for what, capital outlay for what. Can we get that in a succinct, it don't gotta be a PowerPoint, but just a succinct page of like, what are you spending on what?
Yes, we can provide that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, I wasn't here last Tuesday, but thank you for this comprehensive PowerPoint that and some of my colleagues are focusing on the money and where the money is going, but what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing in my spirit and I'm discerning, I like the community listening session feedback. As Black folks here in this city, we are the most traumatized people, and we don't dig deep enough to understand where the trauma starts and where we need to begin and how we need to embrace it. It's always putting something on top of it and then trying to fix it when it's still dirty under the bottom of it. So I thank you for this part of it. The second part is I thank you for the parent and generational issues, because that is so key point. We are traumatized people from the beginning before we even got here. So we're dealing with a lot of trauma. And to see that you all are implementing and want to deal with that, that is a start that I haven't seen, haven't heard, or even been engaged with since I've been here in Memphis. And if you can start somewhere, in my past life, I learned this. You can start with the grandmother. And the children can sit there and listen. I worked with a doctor, with a physician. We would go into the homes, and the family would be there. And what our goal was not to just impact the grandmother, but to change the behavior of the whole household that was there. And that's where Memphis needs to start at. We got to start with the generation and with the parenting. You said something about living wages in here. I hope we know what the living wages are here in Memphis. We know what poverty looks like. We've already been through all of that. So thank you. With that, some of those fundings, I think you said you're going to start with looking at the living wages. That makes a huge impact on the lives of people when they can be sustainability. That's what that looks like. So I'm very excited. Thank you for these different organizations, and I'm glad to hear that if they're not doing their part and they're not meeting the goals and what the standards, then you move somewhere else. Don't sit here, because let me tell you something, what I found out about Memphis. Yeah, I'm on the road today. They got cliques, they got partners, they got family members, and they got friends, and they fuel all this money into these certain areas in Memphis, and we still have the same results. So closing the gap here in Memphis has always been something that I prayed and asked God for, that these organizations that you're partnering with are going to affect all 9 zip codes. Am I correct? And so we are closing the gaps for our babies. These are our babies. They look more like me every time I turn on the television. They are brown babies that look like me, that are doing these crimes or committing these crimes. So I thank you and you for coming with this more comprehensive planning. And then I have one more thing, and I'm gonna close. I'm excited about the old Allen Station and letting that be a learning center. So thank you for the hard work. If people don't see and don't feel it, we're seeing a change in this city. It's going to take each and every last one of us. I hate that you all are babysitting us right now, but whatever it takes, let's make it work. Again, thank you. I yield the floor, Chairwoman.
Thank you so much. Seeing that there are no other colleagues in the queue, all those in favor of sending this down for same night minutes, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. This will go down for same night minutes this afternoon. And thank you all so much. We're excited about this initiative.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is a resolution to transfer equipment CAP to contract construction from personal protective equipment FS04012 and gender separation FS25002 and appropriate funds in the amount of $766,200 for extraction install project contract construction FS23103, all council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion from Councilman Ford and a second from Councilman Spinoza. Who from the administration do we have speaking on this item?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. Colin Barrett, Assistant Fire Chief, 5573 Hinton Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. So the resolution you have before you is a resolution to transfer funds from personal protective equipment and gender separation to appropriate the funds in the amount of $766,200 for extraction install project. And basically what this will allow us to do is to place or keep placing extractors across the city, which is different geographical areas in different battalions for the fire stations. And what this does, it removes carcinogens and carbon buildup from our firefighters' turnout ensembles that they wear when they're fighting fire. So that's what this will be, and like I said, it's just a transfer of funds.
Councilwoman Green?
So I remember when Chief Sweat came down and talked to us about the need for the gender separation money. What's happening with that project?
Well, that project, we've got a grant that should be able to serve the need of that project. I mean, it's still a project that's very important to us, and it's already started, and it'll allow us to keep it going.
Yeah, that's my question is, are we going to be able to finish that project? Like, should be able to, we have a grant, like that doesn't seem definitive to me. I would like to know that that project is shored up for the women firefighters to have the facilities equal to their male counterparts.
Right, I don't think that that's something that's gonna be put on the back burner. I think it's just a matter of, we got a grant that we can use for that purpose and take these funds and reallocate them to serve this need.
Well, I would request that the next time that we're back here, if you could bring us something as proof that that project is still being fulfilled and completed, and what grant is doing that, because I don't feel okay with, I think, I feel, I believe, I want to know exactly what grant is going to continue to make sure our female firefighters have the facilities that they need and deserve. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Any other council members in the queue? Seeing no other council members in the queue, all those in favor of sending this to our December 17th council meeting, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The ayes have it. This will go on our 12/17 council meeting. Moving to item number 3 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate port security grant program funds from the Department of Homeland Security Operations Safety in the amount of $216,750 to purchase a rescue boat package and training. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second? Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
Colin Barrett, Assistant Fire Chief, 5573 Hinton Avenue, Memphis 38119. So what this will be, will allow us to accept 2 different training packages, one consisting of 3 aluminum boats, the other 2 training classes that will just strengthen our ability to navigate the waterways around the city and also along the channel of the Mississippi River. There is a match of $72,250.
Seeing no council members in the queue, all those in favor of sending this to our December 17th meeting, council meeting, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to item number 4, and we're going to move item number 5 and item number 6 to our December 17th committee meeting. Chief Davis, is that fine? We're going to get that quarterly report the next time. I know we keep moving it, but okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. You want me to tell them now? Chief Davis, Councilwoman Logan has a special
I'd
request.
like to get an update on Washington Bottoms, the safety and what's going on. I'm getting more complaints about the shooting and all of that. And so if we can get an update on the Washington Bottoms, and what we're doing to fix that area, that situation.
And so next, we're going to move on to item number 4. It is a discussion regarding the feasibility study of a crime lab, all council districts. This was requested by me. If you were on the council prior to this year, the council voted to have a feasibility study and pay for a feasibility study, and the results of that feasibility study are in, and we're going to hear those today. And so please introduce yourself and give us your address.
Yes, James McCutcheon, University of Memphis address.
That's fine.
Okay. So like I said, can I begin? Okay, James McCutcheon, a professor at the University of Memphis. For the study, I used my consulting firm to help with the study. I am not a forensic scientist. I have worked as an evaluator that focuses on need assessments, impact evaluations, and process evaluations. Projects I work on include the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative, crime gun intelligence, and projects that involve digital forensics as well as other tech-based efforts locally. For the study, we conducted interviews of stakeholders, including MPD, TBI, Sheriff's Department, DA's office, and other local forensic analysts. We also toured other sites, including TBI's Jackson Lab, Arkansas State Crime Laboratory, Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department Crime Lab, Houston Forensic Science Center, which is an independent lab, and the Nashville Metropolitan Crime Lab, which is an in-state lab here that focuses on Nashville forensic evidence. Data acquired from crime labs and law enforcement informed this study. So that also means local and visited crime labs. We also conducted a needs assessment for the city of Memphis for MPD and current investigative practices. I also include projections of size and cost for a local potential crime lab for the city or county in Memphis and Shelby County. So I believe, I'm not sure if my slides are up, so.
It's quick. When will we get a written copy of this? I understand the need to try and keep this probably out of the public until you're ready. It is? Okay, I didn't see it in mine. When will we get a complete, full, and written copy of this report so I can read it instead of taking it on the fly at 3:11 p.m. on a Tuesday, like a business person?
And we can absolutely send you a copy of the completed study.
Right, but with the entirety of the report was supposed to include a scope for cost and recommend. Okay, I didn't see that in there, so all right, just making sure.
Okay, and we can also work with Dr. McCutcheon to provide the scope for cost as well.
So, to continue, sort of the main point on the numbers here that I'm not seeing here, but I will explain what the graph would show, is that the TBI Jackson lab, and I'm comparing the Nashville crime lab as well, and the numbers we focused on was the number of cases received versus the average turnaround in time in days. So for instance, forensic biology that TBI Jackson partook in or analyzed was a total of 438 cases with an average of 151.2 days. That's the turnaround time. For Nashville, forensic biology DNA, same type of unit, 514 cases received, 783 days. So do you have the report or do you have the slides? What do y'all have?
Has it on the drive.
That report. Okay, y'all have that report. There's no cost, like the actual cost.
Who has this electronically?
I'll hop on there. I was here. I was part of the vote. So I'm not sure what the actual scope, because I'm not the contracting authority for the city of Memphis. And this is the stuff that drives me nuts. So before we just dive into the weeds, and I'm sorry that I haven't had a chance to read this. As you can tell, if you've been here today, it's been quite a week coming out of the vacation here. The council wanted to know, and so does the city and the region, what kind of crime lab, the things we need, and what the cost and the timing of that. So very specifically, very specifically, to go in hand to the state of Tennessee and say, this is an independent report that says we need to put an X and you need to put an X, and like, yeah, and for these reasons. All right, but I don't have that in front of me, so that's the.
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
That should be in the report.
Right, but
okay,
as much as I would love to read this over the holiday weekend,
I hopefully aim for that.
Yeah, and then getting other documents at 8 p.m. And I understand it's not your fault, so I'm gonna move this along for the sake of time. But let's keep.
So let me explain then. If the most interesting point is the cost, is what we're looking at, and yes. So what I have written in the report is overall budget will vary over a multitude of factors, and that needs to be considered here. However, a facility would likely cost somewhere between $40 and $50 million, the facility itself. You're talking about a $4 to $6 million for initial equipment purchase. That's how much Nashville paid. Okay. And an annual budget of salary that Nashville has right now is $8 to $10 million. They currently have an $8 million budget. We would have something similar to what Nashville has, if not more. Ongoing yearly budget. Totaling a cost of about $52 to $66 million. That's your range for the first year. And that does not include initial costs of searching personnel, training, utilities, and other unexpected expenditures. We're basing these numbers off of other crime labs in the area and what they paid per square foot for their lab. So that includes Nashville, Arkansas State, which is now got contracted their lab, which costs $200 million. That's a state crime lab. So they take on all the responsibility of the forensic testing for that state. TBI Jackson Lab is less than that, but theirs were done before inflationary hits. In addition to that, they also pay rent. So there is the cost portion of that. Third party, what do you mean? So there are contractors and architects that are meant, or specifically the business is to build a crime lab. Now, I was anticipating some questions here, so I'll go ahead and try to answer one of those questions. Would an existing space work for this? And it can, but Nashville paid about the same amount for an existing space. They just restructured it. Arkansas State Crime Lab is now building a new lab because they are not happy with the space that they have. Every lab we visited was looking for expansion. They needed more space, because specifically for their DNA units. So, let me go back here.
Chair, can I ask one big overarching question similar to that? Can you just do that same sort of thing with the time lag by not having one here? So you've given us a big picture of cost. Can you give us a big picture of if we had one here versus having to outsource to Jackson?
You're talking about a comparison between outsourcing to Jackson to comparison to what we would pay overall, or the total time?
Time, like
the turnaround time?
Yes.
On evidence?
Yeah,
Yes.
please use your mic.
Sorry, apologize for that. So the turnaround time on evidence. What I can tell you is TBI's turnaround time is very similar to other major cities across the United States. Extremely similar. Now, when you're specifically looking at firearms, they're a little higher on firearm analysis. But if you're looking at forensic biology, for instance, look back at this. The total average days for TBI Jackson, this came straight from TBI, is 151 days on evidence. And for Nashville, for forensic biology, DNA, 783 days. Now, that doesn't mean that they're cases that are not prioritized. Nashville gave me additional columns showing prioritization of cases. Prioritization is based off of what the court needs in the moment. So if a court has an emergency situation where they need forensic evidence tested now, they can do a turnaround time of maybe 7 to 14 days. But TBI Jackson can do the same thing. And they have.
Council, I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
No. Were you finished?
The labs that we visited all had these similar types of times, and you can see that in the report, or you should be able to see that in the report if it's the same one that I sent.
Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
I just had two questions. You started out by saying you're not a forensic
I am not a forensic scientist.
scientist. And how did that impact the information?
I would say that I could not explain to you YSTR testing as a level a forensic scientist could. But I have evaluated the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative, and I am an expert at assessing outcomes, and I'm an evaluator on initiatives such as that.
Okay. And so to do what we ask you to do, you have the credentials for that.
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, I just didn't understand why you said that. And I guess you had to disclose that. Okay.
I felt like it was necessary.
I noticed that you mentioned, and I guess, best practices, looking at what other people did is important, but to look at what we would want to build, the space we would need, the type of things we would need in it, what would it cost to build one here? I understand what it would cost to build one there, but looking at what is needed.
So if you look at, so that's a discussion I think that we need to have here, and that's to talk about it on these slides here. Well, if it's slides, I've got this as part of the slides as well. So currently, MPD and Shelby County also have their own property and evidence room, which is what you see in a crime lab, in most crime labs. So we already have that existing. Latent prints is done by CSI unit and MPD. CSI unit, some crime labs have their own CSI unit. Houston boasts a 30-member CSI unit, but they can only send it out for homicides. Digital forensics, MPD has that. A portion of the ballistics are already tested in-house, so that means some of that work's already being done by MPD or MGU in association with FTF, ATF, and other agencies. So the point here is to say if you wanted to decrease the size of a potential lab, you could, in theory, have 15 analysts to do toxicology, DNA, and also firearm tool market analysis, and that would come up to around 15,000 square feet at max. I would hesitate on that to some extent because to have everything in the lab to be centralized would be helpful. So property and evidence being in the same space, if you're actually going to be building a lab in totality over time and plan to expand, you would want everything there in the same hub. But that is your decision as a government body. Does that answer your question?
So you're saying around 15 million if we utilize the areas we already have?
That's 15,000 square feet. So if you go back to my other chart on what 15,000 square feet looks like on cost. So cost of 30,000 square feet, for instance, you're looking at somewhere between 25 million. That's what Metro Nashville would pay. 31.86 million is a more recent cost.
Right. I guess I was asking because I was assuming that the cost to build is higher in some places than it is here. So that's why I was asking what would it cost to be in Memphis, because Nashville is higher.
Nashville's higher cost. I would say Arkansas is somewhat comparable, I would imagine, and I think that their cost, is that a fair statement? You kind of look.
I'm not sure.
I'm not quite sure either, to be honest with you.
So we should look at, so you're saying our cost would be more comparable to Arkansas?
I would say so. I think that's more realistic in how recent it was. Their lab was built or is being built. And also, I would say that economically speaking, Arkansas would probably be closer to us.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I yield back to you.
Thank you. Seeing no other council members in the queue. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Dr. Warren.
I guess if we don't do anything, what are we paying compared to what would it cost for us to take it over ourselves? I think those are the two numbers that mean the most to us.
Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe y'all pay anything for TBI. Is that? You don't pay for anything.
So right now, we're not paying for any of this expense. It's being paid in our state taxes. Yeah. And if we did it on our own.
Isn't there a cost with taking the evidence back and forth?
Well, of course, that is cost to take evidence down to Jackson or to transport it to different locations. We would do an assessment, which is really not as much cost.
I guess what we need to know is what are we actually spending so we can have that money Yeah, and I don't expect you to have that now, but if all you're paying is transportation costs,
Right.
then that's what we need to know. We send a vehicle down 20 times a month, and it costs this much man hours and this much gas. And it's-
Absolutely. And that would be, they don't charge us per piece of evidence or anything like that, if that's your question. We don't get charged that way. But I think what Dr. McCutcheon is basically saying right now, we have the ability to process certain types of evidence. He talked about NIBIN, he talked about other types of forensics evidence, and also digital evidence. Though that processing is in different places. And ideally, it'd be great to have it all in-house. When you ask the investigators, and I think this is important too, when we talk to detectives about the return on evidence and how cumbersome it is, or if there is an issue as far as processing cases, they all say, not really. So I just want to put that out there because we want to make sure that if we have a problem, then we address the problem. We have seen significant change in the amount of time the evidence comes back from TBI as well. So we've seen some work in that area too, but I think it might require us putting some numbers behind what it actually costs us right now too with trips.
So in general, Chief, looking at this financially, it doesn't really make a lot of sense for us to move forward with this at this point, is what I'm getting out of these numbers. Is that what the consultant would advise us?
I'm gonna let the consultant to identify if he found some really significant or glaring issues about evidence processing. I'm gonna throw that one to you.
Okay.
But you had to take the deep dive.
And so I think you can do one or two things here. And I think you can use some of the recommendations I have in the report under immediate actions, the immediate action section, I believe. And it can be a vehicle toward a new crime lab. It can also be something that can help right now. And so they both would have utility in the moment. So one thing would be rapid DNA. So if we were to have a rapid DNA machine, which would, I think it's something along the lines of $30,000, $50,000 now, at a booking station, it's sole source, meaning that we'd have someone come in, we do a vehicle swab to determine whether or not they have a violent history or are connected to any other violent crimes before we make a determination on whether on bail that could be helpful to us right from the very beginning. We don't have to wait for DNA analysis for TBI, although we would need to still send DNA analysis to TBI for it to be official. FBI does not have standards yet for rapid DNA. They've come out with those standards in 2025, supposedly. In addition to that is a potential expansion of the criminalist unit. Now, there is right now a criminalist who works with the homicide unit and also sex crimes DNA that transports our evidence to Jackson once a week on Thursdays. We also have a drop-off time on Monday as well. So we're able to fall within the 96-hour rule for sexual assault kits. Investing in vehicles and transportation and also developing that criminalist unit can do one of two things. One thing, it can help enhance procedures right now. In addition to that, it could be used in the future to create some staffing and also some infrastructure for a future crime lab, if you decide to go in that way.
Okay.
Third, I got one more.
Okay. Go ahead with your one more.
I'm sorry. So an MOU with TBI or the state, an MOU with the state or with TBI would be helpful, and a lot of other cities already do this, where they have people that are hired there on site that specifically focus on the evidence or the volume of evidence that's brought in from that city. I think that could be fruitful in us building capacity in the future for a crime lab here, but also used right now to decrease turnaround times.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So what I was going to say is to allow council members to digest the feasibility study and also look at the actual numbers. Dr. McCutcheon, would you be willing to come back again after council members have reviewed it at some point in some weeks to come?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Just as a point of order, we've had several requests for this study, and I've really been fighting people off because this study belongs to the council.
Yeah, tell them to send me a check.
I know, and that's what I've told. would you all want us to hold on to the results of this study, or I wanted to make sure that that's why we really.
I mean,
I was going to say, I don't know that we can. I think it's a part of our public documents
Okay,
now.
well,
record.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to make you aware then that we will probably allow, I think, Crime Commission and a couple of other entities that have asked for this.
I'll say this just as a city member and just as a closing argument. Like, this is where we thought we were going to end up. This is why the state has been silent. I'm not blaming them. Is they got into this and found the same thing we did, which is whether you choose to build the building and buy the equipment. And he's touched on it about 8 different ways from Sunday, and he said it as nicely and directly as he can, which is building capacity. Is no one has found a way to compete with the private markets for techs. And so what everybody is struggling with is that labor piece, which is what the city will ultimately struggle with, and which is why we've asked him to look at what the near-term fruit is and what the low-hanging fruit is trying to at least accelerate some of this while we're trying to figure out, is there even a path forward? Because the state is struggling with the exact same thing that we are. So I'll leave it at that because I know we got to go, but there's a lot to dig in here.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much, Dr. McCutcheon. Thank you so much, Chief Davis.
Thank you all.
We've already moved 5 and 6.
December 3rd, 2024, the executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Warren. Present. Councilwoman White. And Chairman Smiley.
All right, I'm here. We have 5 items. I don't even know how we added 5 items, but we got 5 items because Ms. Hyman said we have 5 items. The first item is discussion of physical consent agenda for December 3rd, 2024. All councilors requested by somebody on this body. Anyone wishing to speak on the physical consent agenda?
Presentation was included in the documents.
Presentation was included in the document. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Right? Okay. Moving to item number 2. Discussion of ordinance 5921 related to 2025 meeting dates. All council dishes requested by myself. There's a motion to hold this item until December 17th on the committee and a full agenda. Can I get a second to Councilman Canale's motion? Seconded by Councilman Ford. Any objection to holding the meeting dates and times to 2025 until the 17th agenda? Doesn't appear there are any objections. All right, this item is held until December 17th council meeting. Item number 3, and a resolution for approval to hire a special attorney pursuant to ordinance number 5924 to file suit on behalf of the city regarding extraordinary litigation. All council dishes sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Any objections? All right, appears that all hearts and minds are clear. This item is approved. Great job. Into retirement. All right, so this is a council members. So I remember Councilwoman Logan asked specifically about what we were doing in terms of, hold up, let's get to yours when we come to this. All right. But I told her. All right, Councilman Carlisle, talk to us for 2 seconds.
All right. This morning in Budget Committee, if you guys remember, we had the resolution to fund the downtown command center come forward, and there was some consternation about the source of funds. Without getting into all the details, obviously we're in a transition year with administrations and how the project was facilitated, and they are trusting and verifying the information that we have asked for. We are on a clock in order to try, obviously, to facilitate this command center to be up and running by summer. What I have suggested, and I feel very confident, and the CFO and the COO and the mayor are aware and supportive, is that over the next 2 weeks, we use $2.5 million out of the city's assigned fund balance as basically what would be a short-term loan. If they are as confident as they are, by the way, the mayor probably sees that as his money, respectfully, but they are as confident as they are that they can bring the verifying documentation, and we will fund the cash, because it's cash and cash, from left which transferred back in to refill the assigned fund balance. So I want you to think about this as a very short-term loan, allowing them the opportunity to start the project in the next few weeks, including communicating to the state that the council is dedicated to this. And yes, I promise. And then if they do everything they say they're going to do, we will transfer and make the assigned fund balance whole, or whatever this body would like to do with the money, because you are the body. Chair, that's all I've got, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, can you want to move this down with no recommendation?
Well, I'm gonna make the motion to amend it right here, and then you guys can move it down.
Okay, make your motion.
Yeah. So can I have the chair call for a motion second to have the item discussed?
That's on the script.
It's on the script, but I skipped it because I just let you talk. Can I get a motion? Moved by Canale, seconded by Swearingen Washington. We have a question from Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford.
No question.
I have a question.
Are you good? Okay. All right, Councilwoman Cooper said.
You know, I trust and verify. And you said we're gonna do this, so this money that we're gonna loan to them for this project is coming back, and we're gonna put it back in the assigned.
Yes, ma'am. We would call it an intercompany balance.
Okay, call it intercompany balance. Is this gonna be written on documentation?
Yes, ma'am.
It may not be worth the paper we write it on. We found that out with now.
Well, yes, ma'am. The loan is going to happen because you're hopefully going to authorize it tonight with same night minutes to get them going. But if you don't, actually, we didn't have same night minutes today because we held it, right? It's on the agenda, yeah. So this body can go ahead and authorize the project starting. You're absolutely right. You can memorialize in the document, the resoluting document, that you want funds to be released to go into that bucket. But to your point, 7 votes can rule the day at any time. But if that's something you'd like to see reflected in the document, that's certainly something I'd be willing to accept.
So I'm assuming we're going to get a document from the administration.
Well, you have the document. All I'm going to do is move to amend the source of funds from the assigned fund balance.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Keep it very clean, very simple, because this is happening very quickly. And I just want to reiterate.
It's item 30 on the agenda.
Yeah, and I probably shouldn't say this, but because of my time today here at City Hall with Chief Person and Chief Adams, I feel comfortable enough that we are close enough that everything that has been represented is accurate enough to move forward on this. If it's not, I will be the first rider with the 7 horses in Revelation. So, because I'm asking you guys basically to trust me that this is a feasible thing. The only thing that I can tell you that I haven't had a chance to look at personally is the current fund balance of the assigned fund balance. But and I know how closely the CFO watches that. I've been assured that there is enough funding to do that, and I'm comfortable with where we are so far in the project. I just want to make sure the last I and T are dotted and crossed.
Hold on. One at a time.
I haven't seen the assigned fund balance.
Come on, go ahead.
So you haven't seen it yet?
Typically, in years, we've had everywhere from $10 to $40 million in the assigned. In your total fund balance, if I recall, from which is multiple fund balances, it's anywhere around 140 million. But I'm on the fly from budget season.
You good, Councilwoman? I think Easter Thomas, was it you? Or did I make that up? All right. I think y'all look.
So, if we're getting this money, how soon will we get it back? Because they have come previously, not in the recent past, to ask for money and ask for it out of that balance.
That's a great
So we don't
question.
want to go down, not be able to pay people.
Based on what was represented to me today and what was in the documents and emails that obviously we can reproduce at this point, which is why things in writing are so important, is that money is currently sitting in the escrow account of either the Memphis Athletic Foundation or Tennis Memphis, whoever the receiver of the pledge funds were, and they are ready, willing, and able to transfer that. The city can't take it until we say we can take it, is my understanding. But either way, that may be a semantics on the mechanics. The money has been paid there. The money that is available has been paid in either by pledges coming in or naming rights that have been already paid.
And they're going to forward those
Yes, ma'am.
to us
That's what was represented to me.
after we give them the money.
Well, you could get the money out today. I'm unwilling, as the budget chairman, which I'm just one of 13, to have a single nickel of that project leave that project until I see all the documents related to it and feel comfortable that everything that was represented both to Tennis Memphis, to the users of it, to the general public, and to the donors, whether they were $2 or $2 million, is that everything that the city represented was going to happen happened.
Okay, so you're saying leave it there, and then we'll loan them the money to get started, but leave all that money there until you see all the documentation?
Yes, ma'am.
We have full scope of that project. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're gonna loan them the money, but if we find out something is missing, what happens to the money we loaned them?
Well, it's really nothing. It's cash. I mean, you're sitting on appropriated and earmarked money, $3 million for pre-development expenses for HCD, $250,000 for. I mean, we have things earmarked because remember we did the $10 million when it wasn't permissible. We did the green line, which was supposed to happen because it got defunded. My point is we transferred $9 million in one day to earmarked that hasn't been spent. So this is just the simplest, fastest, easiest way to let this move forward that I feel comfortable with over 2 weeks.
All right, there's been a motion on this.
Yeah, Alan's saying you back.
All right, there's been a motion on this.
As amended if it passes.
All right, so as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
How about you?
I abstain. All right. It's opinion of the chairs that the ayes have it. Great job. Director Lynn. So this morning we held an item from Public Works Committee to be included in the budget discussion. We must take a vote on it now. Resolution for any category transfer funds in Public Works Street Maintenance Department to provide grant funds in the amount of $950,000 for a hospitality hub work local initiative, a work initiative for panhandles and the homeless. All council districts requested by the administration.
It's not him. But yes, just take the motion,
I take a motion. Somebody move it. Moved by somebody on this body, seconded by Councilwoman Swears Washington. My bad. I asked you up here for no reason. That's why you were looking confused.
He's here for engineering.
All right. Any questions, inquiries? Anyone's inquisitive today? All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. All right, council members. There was a lot of discussion last council meeting regarding environmental court and what we're doing. I asked.
Mr. Chair, on that last item.
Hold on 1 second. Because Brooke telling me I need to finish something else before I get to this. All right, Manny. Councilmember, due to holidays, we have a couple housekeeping issues. Items 3 and 4 be held until December 1st, 2024 with the holiday on the council records team. It had to produce publishing the agenda by 12 p.m. on Tuesday. Items 3 and 4 were held after December 3rd, 2024 regular meeting was published. Please note items 3 and 4 will be held until December 17th, 2024. Second, engineer has requested to add 2 items to the agenda due to the holiday. They also need to submit the item after the publishing of the regular agenda. These items were included in your committee documents and published online for public. Without objection, these items will be added to the consent agenda. That's all you wanted me to do?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have any questions about the items that I'm gonna get that.
No, one other thing.
You're on here.
But it's about the item we just passed for the hub. Could we have that as same night minutes?
It's already same 9 minutes.
It already same night minutes. Thank you very much.
All right, so want to quickly talk about those items you added on? You don't have to, unless there's no questions from this body. Any questions from director?
This is it is Bear Hill Downs, PD 2021-43, and Power Center Subdivision, CR 5235.
Yes, ma'am. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So that was part of the fiscal consent item. This body approved it to go downstairs. So.
All right. Any objection to the 2 items being added on? All right. Thank you. I'm not going to be here next meeting, and there was a lot of conversation about, environmental court, what we're doing to address those issues. I asked Attorney Carlissa Shaw to come here and give us a presentation. I think Councilwoman Logan wanted the next meeting. I wanted to hear it.
No, they just said she wasn't qualified to talk on that because she doesn't work for environmental court anymore. That's what, I know she said that she had some.
She works for us.
Work there.
She works for us.
Okay.
Attorney Carlissa Shaw, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am so excited to do this presentation. There he is coming. Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, this perspective isn't from a lens of environmental court. It's from a lens of the City of Memphis Law Division and what we've been doing in environmental court. And so I understand that there are some challenges, and the council has some concerns about how the cases are being navigated. But this presentation kind of answers what we've been doing over the last 6 to 12 months in environmental.
But now this doesn't take the place.
This is the City of Memphis, essentially. Go ahead.
All right, and so for those of you who do not know me, my name is Attorney Carlissa Shaw. I've been practicing for about 13 years. Mind your business. Thank you. Time happens fast. The last 6 or 7 years have been involving landlord-tenant blight-based environmental court issues. In my last role, I served as a chief policy advisor to the Shelby County Environmental Court. At the beginning of this year, the mayor's administration reached out to me to see if I could be involved in the litigation aspects of how we navigate blight from the city of Memphis. In that time, we have substantially refocused our processes. And so one term that we oftentimes use is blight, which sustainably is a term that's used to define or identify problem properties, issues with systemic vacancy. But as we work with code enforcement and work with litigation and determining what to do with blighted properties, I came up with some more preferable terms. So that's vacant properties, abandoned properties, and deteriorated properties. So as we compartmentalize properties, we can kind of determine what needs to be done with them based upon what area of blight they fall under. And so the City of Memphis Law Division has made blight a priority in combating blight using an aggressive litigation strategy. So the summary of the work, we've used 2 approaches this year. The first approach being using our boots on the ground. And so code enforcement referrals have been the bulk of our work. And so the people at code enforcement have been amazing. The leadership in code enforcement has been amazing. When I reached out to Deborah Hardaway at code enforcement and was like, hey, what's the backlog of cases that need to be filed in environmental court? She quickly told me that there are about 2,000 identified properties that code has identified that need to be filed. 2,000 properties that need substantial litigation to be filed against them. So obviously we have not done 2,000 cases this year. Code within weeks brought to my office 185 cases. Of that 185 cases, I think we're about at 130 cases that have been filed this year.
Quick question, and it may be a Chief Adams question. How many attorneys do we have addressing these type of issues, these type of cases?
So the historical so twofold question. And so when it comes to, I guess, problem properties, you have a housing docket to which there are 2 city prosecutors who are working. Code enforcement also has legal counsel. And then we have the MPA clinic that is managed by the University of Memphis. So historically, properties that are not lived in, so not habitable, are MPA clinic cases. And what has happened is the cases were historically referred from code enforcement to the clinic. The clinic has done amazing work. A lot of the cases, and I'll get to them, have been filed by the clinic. One of those bottlenecks that I've kind of discerned over the last few months is that the clinic has turnover. We know that we're working with law students. Those students are in the clinic for 4 to 6 months. And then typically they transition to something else. Under our new system, these cases stay with an established attorney. And so there's a little bit less of the kind of transition of counsel with how we're handling the litigation moving forward. So we filed about 130 of the code enforcement cases. Those are commercial properties as well as housing cases. And then there's a second approach that we're looking at. And so there's a neighborhood approach. Our first neighborhood that we decided to file clustered lawsuits in is Soulsville. Soulsville was identified because if anyone is driven to Soulsville, which is our number 2 tourist attraction in the city, the whole Macklemore corridor is blighted, which is abandoned, vacant, not utilized. And so my office has filed 7 lawsuits against properties in the Macklemore corridor. There are 10 other properties that are identified that lawsuits will be filed in the next couple of weeks.
So where are you filing them at?
Shelby County Environmental Court.
All environmental court?
Mm-hmm.
I think the concern for council, and I know Councilwoman Logan is more concerned about how do we
move it,
trying to be as nice as and respectful as possible. How do we move these cases along faster? Is that right, Councilwoman Logan?
How we move into another court? Like, general sessions or civil or something like that, because this is it's gotten, you know, all of them might not be able to go through environmental court, but how do we get them over? I know there are other cities that take theirs through civil or general sessions or whatever that is. And so how do we do that?
So, as a background, Division 14 Environmental Court is a Shelby County General Sessions Court, technically. It's housed in 201, however, it is a civil court. When we talk about what cases can be filed, for MPA actions, Environmental Court and Chancery Court both have dual jurisdiction. So we could be filing in Chancery, however, Chancery hasn't heard any of those actions just yet. So the cases are moving. And I will give an example. So this is just a Ptolemy report. And so another huge, I think, glaring opportunity zone for the city is using technology as a basis of how we file our litigation. So my office has utilized Ptolemy, which is a database that code enforcement has as a management database to kind of, this GIS map was created there. So those are all the cases that either have been or will be filed by the end of 2024. And we can maintain that data that way. Some of the case highlights. And so talking about environmental court and some of the challenges. So 1135 University Avenue was a 10-unit duplex building located in the heart of North Memphis. I don't know where Dr. Michael and Easter Thomas just went, but this was one that she had a lot of news media. The Hubert Avenue Homeowner Association was very active and adamant about getting this property dealt with. The original lawsuit was filed in June of 2022. There's been a lot of rigmarole between then and June of 2022. I got on the case on April of 2024, and by September of 2024, the property was demolished. So what that has looked like is just aggressive litigation and pushing the courts to understand that we know that people have property rights, they have an ability to rehab their properties, but if they are incapable of doing so, then something has to be done that is not continuances. I have found that the court is amenable to that type of aggressive litigation if the lawyers are aggressively pushing the cases forward. The next example is Somerset. So Somerset, Judge Dandridge on October 31st, 2024, signed an order appointing Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank as the receiver to address the nuisance property. And so the background of this picture is Somerset. Somerset is a 31-acre apartment complex located in the eastern part of Memphis off of Winchester. 3427 Winchester Park is the actual address.
Winchester and Chulahoma.
Winchester and Chulahoma. So folks will know where you're talking about. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
This property has been, and yes, thank you so much, Chairman Smiley, for showing up. Again, having people present is important. This property has been vacant and abandoned per the news that I could find for about 14 years. So it sits in the heart of Oak Haven. Property has been abandoned. Habitat for Humanity owns the two developments that sit on each side of the property. And so they have been constants in environmental court trying to get this property removed or moved somewhere. These are just pictures from the property. There have been burnouts. The property hasn't been well kept. It's not gated. Again, blighted and abandoned for over 15 years. The city has paid for at least 2 cleanups that I could find in the environmental court history. That means that the city has taken out thousands of dollars to go in. There's been a large amount of illegal dumping. Again, I filed notice of appearance on this case in April of 2024, and on October of 2024, we had a receiver appointed. Again, aggressive litigation, making sure that we're crossing all our T's and dotting all our I's.
So there's a similar one called Garden Walk Condominiums in Raleigh. It is a huge space, and all of them have been torn down, but the foundation is there. The townhomes are still owned by the people, but we can't do anything. And the city constantly has to go over there and clean up. It's just like that at times. So do we send those? How do we get those on the ticket, the docket, or whatever?
So the first process is just send them over to me. Okay. And we can create like a Google form or Google spreadsheet so that we can intake those. Yes. We can assess the, legal nature of how those need to be navigated and how to move forward.
Okay. Okay.
So I think I know the answer to this, but inquiring minds want to know, do you, inquiring minds want to know whether or not you have a City of Memphis email, so we
I
can.
do have a City of Memphis email. We're going to work with Chief Adams on getting that operable. We're going to get it together.
That quick? Interesting.
Yeah, we're going to get it together.
We're going to get it together.
That's a me issue. That's a me issue. I know. I've been working real hard. And so again, that's the appointment order for having Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank appointed as the receiver. That receivership plan will include demolition. They are currently in the asbestos phase. The last 2 weeks, they've had asbestos testing. They plan to have that done at the middle of December and actually start demolition the beginning of February. Okay, we'll skip through that. And then Serenity Towers. And so one thing, can't talk about Serenity Towers, is currently active. I literally just left the hearing there. But I put that here because I have been involved in city government on the outskirts for quite some time. And when I took over this case, I remember City Council passing a chronic nuisance ordinance. And I looked high and low, contacted several people because I was like, I remember council passing this ordinance that would give the ability to appoint a receiver in a situation like this. And due to that harassing people to try to find that ordinance, we were able to file the city's first chronic nuisance ordinance violation. The ordinance was passed by council, I believe, in 2020, and it just hadn't been used before. So that ordinance, you guys did a phenomenal job putting that together. What it does is give the courts the ability to appoint a receiver if the property is found to be a chronic nuisance. That's a tool that we plan on using moving forward. And, you know, this is our first kind of journey all the way through the process. And so I'm taking really good notes, and I'm sure there can be a couple of amendments to the ordinances moving forward. But it is definitely a tool that's in the tool belt that the city hadn't been using previously.
So, couple questions. I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I'm kind of leery, and I don't know even if I can ask this question because of.
Don't. I'm scared. I'm scared. Well, so you're gonna talk to the attorneys offline, but what the question I will ask.
I see you, bro.
So the question I will ask, how can this body better assist you in this is truly the work of the people. So how can we better assist you in doing this work? Because we have, I think in 2020 or 21 passed a resolution, declaring certain areas in the city of immediate blight, need of blight reduction, beautification efforts. How can we help you in this? Is there anything that we can do at this point, or is wait and see and come on, speak now or forever hold your peace?
I think
somebody tag in.
All right, I'll tag in. So one, I like to congratulate Chief Gibson and Attorney Shaw and the legal team.
This is Shaw mid, but keep going.
For their work. A lot of this work, honestly, and you're seeing a lot of intense but public focused litigation, and that has been the vision of Chief Gibson. She has a phenomenal attorney that is there to actually move these cases. As we move forward, the one thing that I would ask that you do and you consider is when we start asking for funding, one, there needs to be that investment in the law division to make sure that we have seasoned, well-trained, adequate attorneys. Wait, I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead.
Because as you see, every property that's there is an operational cost that actually goes back to the city. What you didn't understand and you don't see a lot of times, and a lot of people demonize, the solid waste team actually has to go out there and abate these areas. So that takes them off of the route at your address. So that is an additional cost in which sometimes we're not able to retrieve. So yeah, you have to consider that when we start talking about men, trucks, etc. The one thing that we learned in this administration is we really learned the magnitude of the problem. We did not understand the magnitude of the problem. And we can say, let's clean up the city. That's easy to say. She's doing the work, and she can tell you it's not easy from the legal side of trying to clean up the city. But I can tell you from the operational side, it is not easy, and it will take the resources. So, and it will take culture change. We will. Tourists will be good neighbors when they come inside our city. But that's what we need. So I can't put a dollar on it, but I will.
But in addition to that, you know, in terms of what we do, we have to make sure we're hiring lawyers who actually care. I think we have certain we contract lawyers who don't necessarily want to move litigation, but we pay them hefty sums because they may have a name. But there are some lawyers out here who are hungry and truly care about communities in the inner city. So we got to do a better job of hiring people. And if we have people on our payroll who are not doing a good job, we can't be afraid to say it's time for you to go home.
Exactly.
You have been a burden not only to our budget, to our city for far too long. That's me taking an indirect shot.
Yeah, message heard and understood.
All right. Any other Attorney Shaw? So one at a time, council members.
So to formalize this, codified or whatever you want to say, to make sure that we can do this, are you saying you're going to come back, you all are going to come back with an ask for this and then show how if we do this, we don't have to keep paying to clean up and getting the different trucks maybe because like this will eliminate some of the need for that.
Eventually it will.
Okay.
But in the short term, no, it won't. You got to tear it down, and that's a cost. Then you got to haul it off, and you got to maintain it until somebody develops it.
Well, no,
so you don't eliminate
not all the spaces.
You don't completely eliminate the cost immediately.
Right.
But I just want to set I want to set the expectation. So the reason I'm setting this is December. We're going to enter budget season here soon. And so when you hear the city attorney's office come to you, when you hear neighborhood improvement, when you hear solid waste come to you, you have to be ready to fund. But here's the other thing. Those may be dwellings where people actually live. And so we do have to take care of those and think about that. So you got to think about housing and community development. There are all of our divisions that actually play a part in this entire process. Is an ecosystem.
All right, so yes, 1 second. Attorney Wade, and then we need to go downstairs. I'm sorry.
So my office recently learned, maybe in the last 2 months, that we weren't the city's currently wasn't filing liens, and I've been authorized to start that process.
The whole approach of categorizing the properties is a good thing. So if you start at the bottom level and say these properties are unoccupied, they're blight, they have criminal activity, they need to go. Okay, so we need to go to those properties, and if they're owned by, they are usually owned by the same slumlords. Go after them, eradicate them. You guys have to fund the cost of doing that. Then that level of properties are going to go away, and the people are going to be happy because all that's going to be gone. So that's a starting point. Now, what the problem is when you get to properties that are occupied. And so then you got to work with community development to see if they house MHA, and they got a waiting list. You ain't got nowhere to put them. But I think take care of these properties that don't have no chance of ever coming back. Let's get rid of them first. That's step one. So I'm with you, but I think to have a dedicated team, legal team that does it, she can make sure that we put the liens on the property, we can recover the money wherever we can, and go forward from there.
All right, Chief Gibson, I know you're listening.
So, and I'd like to approach it going to Chancery, to tell you the truth. I mean, what do you got to lose? Dangerous is going to say, oh, well, I'm not going to prosecute your cases anymore if you bring them over here because you bypassed me. He ain't doing it now. You can ask me, but I just wanted to just
Okay,
say.
so real quick, council meetings technically started like 40 minutes ago. So hold
let
on
me
one
just
second.
suggest
One
this.
second.
I think it needs to come back to your committee.
There we go.
And we have further discussion and we can flush this out. And
So
we'd be glad to help.
Attorney Shaw is gonna come back. Y'all wanna see you December 17th? Hopefully y'all can wait to the first meeting in January.
No, we want her back 2 weeks.
So they're gonna see you in 2 weeks. So now that you came and told folks you actually know how to practice law, we're gonna see you here a lot. That's why when you volunteer to do work for the city council. We appreciate your work. Welcome to being a friend of the council. We appreciate you. Now, thank you so much for your presentation. They're gonna see you back with the same presentation for perpetuity. Thank you so much, Attorney Shaw.
Thank you.
Hold on. So we're gonna put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. All right. This brings us to, thank you so much. This brings us to our add-on items 33 through 41. Resolution authorizing the final payment of FY 2025 tax equivalent payment for Memphis Light Gas and Water Gas System and total distribution of the FY 25 tax equivalent payments to taxing jurisdiction of Shelby County, Tennessee. All council districts sponsored by MLGW committee. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Council members, can we quiet down a little bit so we can get through these same 9 minute items? Item number 34, resolution authorizing the final payment of FY 2025 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's electric system and total distribution of FY 25 tax equivalent payment for tax and jurisdiction Shelby County, Tennessee. All council sponsored by MLGW. This request the same 9 minutes. Item number 35, resolution to adjust fiscal year 2025 first quarter budget adjustment expenditures in the amount of $3,970,956.11 for unanticipated circumstances. All council districts requested by the administration. This request the same 9 minutes. Item number 36, resolution to amend the VCIF TCCRP grant award to the amount of $39,500,000 from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs. All council districts sponsored by the administration as requested same 9 minutes. Resolution for approval to hire special counsel pursuant to ordinance number 5294 for file suit on behalf of the City of Memphis regarding extraordinary litigation. All council districts sponsored by the administration as requested same 9 minutes. Item number 38, a resolution for inter-category transfer of funds in the Public Works Street Maintenance Department to provide grant funds in an amount of $950,000 for the Hospitality Hub Work Local Initiative. A work initiative for panhandlers and homeless. All council districts requested by the administration as requested same 9 minutes. Berry Hill Downs PD 2021-41 resolution, a new development request to be added on to the consent agenda. Power Center subdivision CR 5235 resolution, a bond release request to add on the consent agenda. Resolution approving an honorary street name change on North Main Street between Poplar Avenue and Winchester Avenue for Kevin Kane, District 7. Super District 8. I think it was originally sponsored by Councilman Warren, but I think it's sponsored by the entire council at this point. There's a request for the same 9 minutes. The same 9 minute items are 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 30, 31. 30, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 41. Items 3, 4, and 29 will be held until December 17, 2024. Does any member of this committee have anything to say?